Hello, Gojo. Hello, wait. Have I seen you here before? I'm not sure if I've seen you here before, Gojo. Or Goyo? Hello, wait. Have I seen you here before? You Gojo or are you Goyo? I'm not sure if I've seen you here before. Which one are you? Goyo? Hello, wait. Have I seen you here before? Gojo or are you Goyo? Trying to find a video that I have set up for today. For some reason, me? Yeah. More or less. Why do you ask? Me? How did you find this stream? Do I seem not okay? How did you find this stream? How did you find this stream? What other streamers do you watch? Do I seem not okay? Or maybe I've asked you this already before. What other streamers do you watch? Trying to find a video that I'm gonna be watching today, but for some reason I just could not find it. Trying to find a video that I'm gonna be watching today, but for some reason I just could not find it. Hold on. Oh. Hold on. Oh. Oh. I remember you now, I think. Oh. I remember you now, I think. Okay, hold on. I have to find them. Today, uh, hmm. Why can't I find it? Did you remove it or something? Did you remove it or something?
Right, this is going to be another episode. Right, this is going to be another episode. Right, this is going to be another episode.
Might have removed what? Oh, but why can't I find it? Might have removed what? I had it open somewhere. Oh, but why can't I find it? Could have sworn that I've had it open somewhere. sworn that I've had it open somewhere. Hmm. Let me find. Hmm. Let me find. Hmm. So we're not doing Brianna Wooden. Just cannot find the video. Maybe it was removed. So we're not doing Brianna Wooden. Just cannot find the video. Maybe it was removed. That's weird because I could have sworn that I've had it somewhere. That's weird because here. I could have sworn that I've had it somewhere. That's weird because here. Got too many tabs, I swear. Got too many tabs, I swear. I need to have less tabs. I need to have less tabs. Well, I cannot find it. Well, I cannot find it. Um, oh. Weird. Had such nice things prepared as well. Weird. Oh, guess we're dropping the Brianna part. Had such nice things prepared as well. Never mind. Unless I find dropping the Brianna part, then we'll do it. Never mind. Unless I find it. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. The stream is echoing? Hold on. Oh. Now it shouldn't anymore. See? There's a test of who is here. I'm paying attention. Damn, I cannot find the video. Also, hello, Red. How are you? Oh, this is frustrating me. I had it sort of prepared. I guess not as prepared as I thought. I thought I had it prepared, but I guess not. Yes, please demonetize the channel. I could have sworn. Oh, hello, Emily. I could have sworn there was a video of Brianna Wu talking to Counterpoint. I had it on. But no. Seems not. Is it still echoing or is it fixed? Hmm? I cannot find it. Hmm. Hmm. I've lost it. I've lost it. No video. It's fixed. Nice. Thank you. You know what is not fixed? The video that I need to find. Hey. Wow. Wow. No, I guess it's gone. I guess it's just gone. Forever. The topic's gone. The topic is gone together with the video. Wow. Wow. I just gonna have to find something else. That is so strange. That is so weird. I don't want to watch anything about Keffels. Maybe she has it on the channel. What the hell is this? Never mind. I'm not watching that. Nope. Nope. I type in Brianna Wu and I get Timothy Snyder. I guess we just have to look for something else, which annoys me, it frustrates me. More than anything in the world. Hold on. Hold on. Rozmowa z dzieckiem. Holy crap. No, I just can't find it. It is unfindable. We're doing something else then. Oh, God, well, I guess we're doing Anna Kasparian thing then. Courtesy of President Sunday. There we go. The this, what do you call it? Replacement subject. Yes, that's the thing. let's see. Maybe we'll set up to I'll get this here. Oh. Doom. Now we have to make it visible on the React. Wrong. Come on. The fact that you cannot just search. Okay. Doom 2. And now we are changing title since Drona was a wash. From Drona to Anna Kasparian, what do you know? It's all the same anyway. Isn't it all the same basically? Wait, what happened with Wu now? Well, she had a discussion with Counterpoint. But it disappeared. I cannot find it anymore. If you can find it, link it. But I cannot find it. I had it ready somewhere, but I just cannot find it anymore. So I guess it's gone. I guess we're not doing that. She even mentioned her big argument with Jesse Gender, which I was curious about. But what, you know. Whatever. If I cannot find it, I cannot find it. And if I cannot find it, I cannot do it. So we're doing this instead. We're doing Anna Kasparian and Keffels, even though the Young Turks, the big political channel, talking about Keffels. Because the Young Turks are serious people. Can you link? Can you link it? Preferably on the page. Here you go. Uh-oh. Okay. Where's the... Oh, there we go. The game's too loud. Damn, the game's so loud. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
TYT, Young Turk's correction, Keffels is a fraud.
Oh, wow.
Damn. Twitch streamer Keffels alleged she was harassed and swatted by anti-trans advocates on Kiwi Farms, but new information reveals a fundraiser she developed to deal with the situation was fraudulent.
Oh,
These are unrelated thoughts. These are not related with each other at all. Because she was harassed and swatted by anti-trans advocates.
Yes.
And she developed a fundraiser. And that was fraudulent. These are not mutually exclusive. This is a really basic failure of reasoning. Anyways.
Well, you know.
Let's hear what this is about.
Back in 2022, TYT covered a story involving a transgender streamer named Clara Sorrenti, who goes by Keffels. Now, at the time, she had alleged that she had been violently swatted by anti-trans harassment.
I mean, she has been swatted. As was just pointed out, she was swatted.
On a platform called Kiwi Farms. Many elements to the story ended up being false, and we unwittingly helped her promote her fraudulent crowdfunding effort.
Well.
No, you didn't. Because you're not stupid. You're just opportunistic. You knew, as well as anybody else did, that she didn't need $100,000, that her claims, her purposes for these were nebulous. You knew. You 100% knew. You thought that this person was going to snowball, and this would be a good person to have a positive relationship with.
Well.
That's what happened. This is pure opportunism. I don't believe even you, Anna, are that dumb.
Oh my gosh. How harsh.
I'm sorry. No, you were not hoodwinked. You're not just a babe in the woods. You promoted this because it was trending. Because it was the thing to do. Because you got into TV and it was a big deal.
Professional.
Okay. You are not a victim here, Anna. I'm sorry.
They're professional
Yeah, kicking Keffels when she's down. This is now a trend. Okay? I don't believe that this what's he called? Mudahar? I don't believe this Mudahar person was just, you know, he just had that Columbo brain. He just did that. He did the sleuthing. He was just smarter than you. I don't think so.
You know that
I think you knew,
president, right?
And now that it's fashionable to go after her, you are. But you are right to do so. That is the correct move. But you didn't do it a year ago, so it doesn't really matter. Because you promoted this person.
Now, a streamer by the name of Mudahar investigated Keffels and provided the receipts indicating that she is in fact a fraud. It is a lengthy video, and he gets into other issues with Keffels that I'm not going to get into because we didn't talk about those other issues. But if you
But those issues were talked about by a lot of people. I would be very surprised if I was not able to find a tweet directed at you or a tweet with which you guys engaged that did not have to do with the HRT stuff, that did not have to do with
so
the Catboy Ranch stuff, and so
be
on
like
and so forth. Okay? Regardless of what anybody in the chat
forum
thinks about that.
or whatever.
I don't think for 1 second that
platform
these people were surprised by
or
this.
serious
I
real-life
think,
politics.
as with many of these people, they turned a blind eye. That's all. Popular person.
Of course, they highlight that she's trans because that is very important to Anna's understanding. I suppose so. I will once again remind you that Chen Kyuger ran for president, which, as silly as and laughable that was, he actually did try to enter politics again, as he tried before and failed as well. So that's a thing. That's a thing that happened in the past.
Person we want to get in with them, you know, we'll just ignore that for now. Keep that in our back pocket.
want to watch that video, and I highly recommend you do, you can watch it on his YouTube channel, Some Ordinary Gamers. We will also link to it in the description box.
I want to emphasize how worthless are you as a journalist if you are relying on Mudahar 2 years after the fact to reveal that, oh, wait a minute, guys. Based upon imagery that was on TV, she wasn't telling the truth. Like, how is this not just shining a giant spotlight on the fact that
Anna
you
Kasparian
can't...
supposed to be a journalist now.
You can't do anything as a journalist, that you have zero powers of scrutiny or perception, and that you're literally relying on randos on YouTube to give you your talking points. My God.
Box. Now let's actually get into the nitty-gritty. Now, after she had been swatted, and by the way, she was swatted. That's the one thing that is true.
Really? Then explain this. Your description says Twitch streamer Keffels alleged she was harassed and swatted. Why does it say she alleged she was harassed and swatted?
If it's true.
But, like, no, she was harassed and swatted. She didn't allege this. She was harassed and swatted. That's why the police were involved. That's why her stuff was in the possession of the police for a little bit. The fundraiser was misleading. The reasons she gave were not accurate. But that wasn't an allegation. She was swatted.
Oh, you know, happens.
I guess the allegation could be that it's on Kiwi Farms. But she was harassed by people on Kiwi Farms. She just wasn't... We just don't know that she was swatted by people on Kiwi Farms. But she was absolutely harassed by people on Kiwi Farms. That's not...
I'm not supposed to be a journalist. She's even teaching journalism. Really? Anna Kasparian teaches journalism. Where? At a university? Where is he teaching it? Well... That happens. That is unfortunate, but it happens. Anna Kasparian, the journalist.
That's not in question.
But after she had been swatted, she launched a GoFundMe on August 9th of 2022 to raise money after the incident. And it's important to outline exactly what she claimed she was doing with the money, why she was raising the money, and how she was going to use the money. Let's watch.
Crazy people.
The video is posted alongside a GoFundMe with the stated intent of helping Clara recoup her losses, move immediately, and build a legal fund to protect her rights. It received widespread media attention, bringing in over $100,000 in donations.
So, just to review, the money she raised, according to the GoFundMe page, was meant to help her move immediately for her own safety after she had been swatted, recoup her losses.
Yep, she had apprentices. There had been a infamous event where that former YT member, now right-wing close lefty, shamed Anna in front of her student on her. Oh yeah, I remember. That's right. Yeah, I remember.
Of electronic devices that she said the cops had seized, that they'd taken from her, and also sue the London Police Service in Ontario, Canada, where the swatting happened, and to protect her rights, which she reiterated in a later stream.
To my lawyer today, and it's looking like January is the month where I'm going to be filing against the London Police Service.
But she lied about the name.
It's the Young Turks' journalistic integrity is a high ask. I'm just asking for, like, don't humiliate yourself. Because that's kind of what I'm taking from this, is she's just, these people are just kind of useless. Like, just truly useless. Like, this is delayed as well. This took a long time. They waited until this was the trending position before they said anything about this.
Well,
nature of the swatting itself.
And don't get me wrong, like, she's right to issue this retraction, but it goes to show she would not have issued this retraction if this had not become a popular talking point.
We don't know what she did with the money. Okay, well, we have an idea of what she did with the money based on some of her own admissions, and we're going to get into that in just a moment. And based on her own admissions, she did not use the money that she crowdfunded for the intended purposes. Now, going back to the swatting, she had complained, or she had claimed, that she woke up with the Canadian police pointing a gun to her head. She said that's how the swatting incident went down. She later changed that story and said that the police.
Once it was realized that Canadian police don't carry guns, they just carry little letters saying, "I'm sorry."
Police were banging on her door and she had to put clothes on to answer the door as they were banging on it. Let's take a look.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home. When I was woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me.
And
I was woken up with rifles in my face. Maybe I should do a fundraiser. What do you think? Should I do a fundraiser? Yeah, it's a bit too late now. Should have done it a long time ago.
realized that my feet were in the lettuce, I just thought, I can't do it.
I thought
What?
I was going
What
to
is he
die.
trying to do?
I feel traumatized.
What are you trying to do?
Her story then changed to an encounter in the hallway.
Here, I'm gonna go back a
agree.
little bit, okay? I just wanna. You need to understand this, all
What
right?
is he trying to do?
This is kind of important. I'll have to pitch this up a little bit. This is the tone of this.
Number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get.
Yeah, you see the problem? Ugh,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I do,
it's like
actually.
poetry, it rhymes.
To an encounter in the hallway. The exact phrasing is that she went into the hallway and then saw the weapon.
The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
When I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed and I thought I was going to die.
A month later,
Hang on, we gotta do this again, okay?
With guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
When
Okay, there it is. There it is, alright.
A 4chaner uploaded a photo anonymously to the site showcasing his feet in a plastic bin of lettuce with the statement,
No? Alright.
she admitted that they didn't enter her apartment until after she
Am
was
I
in
missing
custody.
that joke?
they did not go into my apartment until after I was in custody.
To be fair, swatters are now going to prison. Yeah, I heard. I thought the swatters were. Hang on, were they caught? I don't think they were caught. I think to this day we still have no idea who did it. But I feel like somebody said something similar to that. Like people were fingered for swatting.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our news coverage as well. TYT is facing challenges, guys, as the entire industry is. You know who could make the difference? You.
A neurosurgeon.
If you hit the join button below, it's going to make all the difference and keep us in business. We appreciate you. Thank
You
you.
deserve to
So
be
she went
kept
from
in
saying
business.
that she
Aren't there
woke up
better
with the police
journalists
pointing a
that
gun to
deserve
her
be kept
head
in business?
to changing the story and then changing it back.
It's suspected to be someone called Tor Swats who was caught. Oh, right. Yeah, it's coming back to me. Yeah, I think the Mudahar video went into that a little bit.
Aren't there better
It's a
deserving
blur.
people?
She changed the story to
Dirk
no,
is
I
the
met the
flat
police
affection of the
outside in the
voices.
hallway.
Listen,
And
I
they
have a
did-
pretty flat affection of the voice, don't I? Don't I have a? Aren't I pretty? Oh God, I'm being killed. Aren't I pretty flat? All things considered. Aren't I pretty flat? No, not really. I am pretty flat. Oh gosh, I'm about to die again. It's okay.
didn't enter my apartment until later. And then she went back to, claiming that she was afraid for her life.
Here, let me see. Hang on. I am curious. Let's see. I'm just saying, just out of curiosity, if I just Google Twitter Young Turks Keffels, if something pops up. It's a long
That doesn't
ways
sound
from
right.
here, a long way back. I can't even find him. Damn. Whatever.
I mean, and remember, Keffels had gone so far as to claim that she was a victim of police brutality and even had the audacity to compare herself to Elijah McClain, who was killed after.
So I have a monotone voice. Okay, I get it. Thank you, Samuel Static. My voice is not flat. It's monotone. Thank you. Okay, I understand. You've made your point. You've made your point, Simulstatic. Now you take it on board. My voice is monotone, I get it. I'm a monotone person. Blech. I get it. Your voice is very dynamic? Well, no, now that's impossible. Also, hello. Also, join the page. And don't be white on the page. That's like a few things that I'd like to ask of you. Especially you. Okay? Did you find your gel? Yeah, I found the gel. I just used it off screen by turning around. That's the gel. Just used it myself. Is this stream gonna be axed for non-safe for family content now? Because I used the gel by turning around.
An interaction with cops. That was the story where emergency workers then showed up and injected him with ketamine, and it was just awful, awful story. She compared herself to him, okay? She wrote on Twitter back on September 25th of 2022, every time I see another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police, I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle pointed at me by the police and how easily that situation could have escalated if I wasn't white. I hope Elijah McClain finds justice. She also alleged that the police confiscated her computer and other electronic devices that she relied on for her livelihood, for her streaming income. But her devices were actually returned shortly after the swatting incident happened. And she discusses that in the clip you're about to watch.
I started a GoFundMe to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights.
But there were no losses to recoup. The devices were...
What is a weird thing to say? There's plenty of criticized scuffles over about with Anna's weird grudge with the trans community. The segment just seems wrong somehow. True. I mean, that is true. That is definitely a true statement. Announcement.
were returned after 3 days.
I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an apology from the chief of police.
So if you didn't need the money to pay for new devices for your streaming, what did you use the money for? We're gonna get to that in a bit. So she said that she fled Canada for the UK for her own safety, so Kiwi Farms wouldn't be able to find her, which was weird because why the hell would you broadcast to the world where you fled to if you fear for your own safety? Well, she actually changed that story as well, claiming—
Hold on, all that has been in the mainstream, I don't know, whatever. All that's been public for a long time. And now the Young Turks wake up and find out that all that happened? Now the Young Turks suddenly wake up to all this happening? To all this that has been public knowledge for a long time? Now? Okay, whatever. It's silly.
That she actually fled the country for a different reason, which, by the way, her donors were not informed about. Her donors had donated money to her so she could
Donors.
pay for her moving expenses because she was
Donors.
afraid for her safety due to kiwi farms. But that actually wasn't the case. So what was the case? Let's watch.
The truth is, I left the country because of my ex and because I was scared of my ex. Because my ex was abusive and abused me emotionally and yelled at me and consistently coerced me into sex. That's why I left. But I couldn't tell anyone.
No one should believe anything she's saying. No one should take what she says at face value. She's a con artist. She is a liar. And I have no idea.
Again, all this has been public knowledge for some time now. So what happened? What changed for the young Turks that suddenly now they wake up to all these facts? What happened? The Young Turk is a glossier drama channel at this point. That's just weird. Aren't they supposed to be like a political program? Cenk Uygur being the serious politician that ran for office or something. For the presidential office, no less.
What her ex was like or how her ex treated her. I'm just saying that because you should be very suspicious of any claim coming out of this woman's mouth. She is a brazen liar, and we've got more proof of that. So
Yeah, just to add on to that a little bit, what
They
people
did
don't
fail
tend
to
to
do
realize as
serious
well is the
journalistic
accusations
work.
against her ex, that her ex raped her, came out specifically in the context of her trying to get back at Xanderhall for repeating claims by her ex on Twitter that had been circulating already, that Keffels, despite, putting her ex's losses into the GoFundMe description, just hung her out to dry and fucked off to Ireland and left her with nothing.
That's great.
Left her borderline homeless and just unsupported financially, despite the fact, once again, the money was also supposed to go to recouping losses that she had because she was doing her PhD or whatever. So it's like, I don't know anything about her ex's personality either. Flat out don't know. But like, in this context, this was weaponized. This wasn't her coming out saying like, hey guys, this has been haunting me for a long time. Here's a thing I need. No, this was weaponized to shut down another lefty streamer she was having beef with. Like, it's like one of those it's that perfect storm of circumstances where it's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna need something to carry this, okay? Because your word here is not enough, right? It's just, it's really, really bad. It's really bad. Hopefully Keppels doesn't hurt herself or relapse on drugs. It's not anyone's problem, bluntly. I mean, I hope she doesn't either, but like, at a certain point, when you have somebody who's just actively hurting other people for their own personal gain, like, it's kind of on them. I hope she stays off the internet. She seems to be doing okay in Ireland. She seems to not need the stream to bring in money because she hasn't been producing anything for months. I think she just needs to
Oh my gosh,
do something useful with her life.
I want to do something useful with my life.
Andrew Blood for the $5. Why are you awake Sunday? That is an excellent question.
Oh, this has been in the morning.
And Roni, thank you for the €7. Why do all these people suck so much? Much love, PS. Well, in this particular case, because when you're dealing with a lot of, I'm trying to think of like a more graceful way to say trans YouTube, but there's a subculture or subculture sort of swirling around certain cults of certain personalities.
Cults.
Where, well, I mean, it's just a cult of personality, bluntly.
Oh wow.
You have some people who have like made these chat rooms, essentially, these side chats where, especially people from like embattled, isolated groups get together. They feel like they're part of something big, and they feel secure and important and heard and meaningful. And they get emotionally attached to the personality that's sort of the center of the whole thing. So they just jump in and do like, what's that term Max used to describe DGG? It's like white blood cell behavior.
Oh my god.
And what that does is it makes it so
Mr.
that
Girl.
there is a thing insulating the personality from having to adjust any of their behavior to match reality. And it makes you stupid. It makes you stupid and bad. You kind of need to get pushback. Otherwise, you have no reason to grow, and then stuff like this happens.
So now we know that that the money that she raised to move for her own safety following the swatting due to transphobes was actually used for a different purpose. She, at some point, she alleged that she succeeded in getting Kiwi Farms taken down from the internet. And while that may have been true for a very, very short period of time, that wasn't actually the case. Kiwi Farms is up and running, stronger than ever, and she refused to accept that and acknowledge that. That's a smaller thing. For me, the biggest issue here is the fact that
I'm sorry, stronger than ever. Sure, it's running, but it has certain stability problems. No, it's not stronger than ever, quote unquote. No, that's just inaccurate. Come on, stronger than ever. Come on. Stop.
she took advantage of kind-hearted people who donated their hard-earned money to help her out. And they ended up donating money to her when she lied about a whole host of things and did not end up using the money, over $100,000 on the intended purposes. So let's talk about where the money was actually spent. So when it comes to her new place, it turns out that she did pay rent.
See, okay, here's the problem. We don't actually know where the money was spent, okay? Anna's going off script here. We don't know where the money's been spent. All we know is that nothing is manifested with respect to a legal case. It's been a very long time. Deadlines have come and gone. She's given multiple contrary accounts of what she intends to do with the money.
President Sandy is a better journalist than Anna Kasparian, it seems. How embarrassing.
Money. She's deleted historical cases where she's said what she's going to do with the money. And we have DMs where she says, we're watching it bleed dry. We're watching it run out. We're watching the GoFundMe money dwindle. But by the same token, she also has an income. Her income was pretty decent. She could probably afford her rent before the 100K. So, like, has the GoFundMe money all been spent? Is it all gone? I mean, depends on what you mean. If she withdrew it and she's just got it all like mixed in with everything else, then what does that mean? Like, does it mean like she doesn't feel like she's in a place where she can confidently like spend the money on a lawyer? Does that mean it's gone? Like, I don't know. The point is that at this point it's very clear there is absolutely zero intention whatsoever of using the money for its intended purposes. And given that she sicked her audience on people, causing, by the way, just to be clear, I'm used to it after a couple of years. But when you have like a few hundred people dogpiling you, because you say, hey, Keffels, $100,000. You need $100,000 to move. That seems like a lot. You could probably, given that this is the nature of what your channel's about, you could probably save like a bunch of trans people's lives in your audience with that money. And still like take away a hefty paycheck. Why aren't you doing? And then you have 100 people jumping on you. That can feel like the entire world's against you. And if you're not used to it, which at one point I wasn't, that could be super stressful because you may have the impulse to try and respond, try to explain yourself, try to argue, and you're just repeating the same argument over and over and over again. The amount of psychic damage Keffels probably caused during those 2 years is immense. This is a person who has been, in a very subtle but very wide-reaching way, catastrophically bad for the people she makes contact with. This is a bad person.
New place. I mean, she didn't move for the reasons that she originally stated to raise the money, which was that she was afraid of Kiwi Farms. She moved because she was allegedly emotionally abused by her ex, which again, don't take anything she says at face value. And so she did pay for rent though. And she admitted that in the clip you're about to watch.
I'm using the GoFundMe money to pay an entire year in advance.
Now, which is not something she ever said she was going to do, and a huge departure from just moving. Clara moves into a luxury apartment and with a low approximation amounting to $28,000.
Okay, so $28,000. Here's the question: Is that $28,000 for the year, or is that $28,000?
So
I'm guessing that's for the year. Okay, so let's think about luxury apartment. How much is that really? Okay, break that down. I'm assuming that's including utilities and everything. Stands to reason, right?
Maybe.
That's like, let's ballpark it. So let's go on the higher end, okay?
I don't know.
Let's say
What sort of
$2,500 a month.
apartment?
That's not crazy. That's really not crazy. Now, paying it all in advance.
My personal stance on giving money to online folks. Once it leaves my account, I can just assume that it will be spent. Beyond that, I will always be a mystery. I guess that's fair. But then again, it's a little bit different, no? When there's with the GoFundMes, etc., it's a bit different because it's usually for a specific goal. And I believe in some countries there are even rules about that, about lying about the goal, you know. And
That's
can
kind of
get
like
into legal.
That's something that you. That's something. That's an expense, but
Sort of territory.
that's not a crazy amount. Now, if that's not where she's living primarily, if she's like living somewhere else and she's traveling during that time, different story. But that rent is not crazy. $2,400 will get you a rotting shack in California. I don't. They're saying luxury apartment, but I feel like they're banking on the ignorance of people who've never rented an apartment. Like, that's not a crazy amount. It's up there. That's not like a cheap apartment, but that is not an expensive apartment at all.
He moves into a luxury apartment and pays a full year of rent up front using that GoFundMe money, which she admitted in the clip that we showed you. Okay, great.
Like, I know in my city, $2,400 probably gets you like a basic flat suite. Like, you'll have a living room, you'll have a kitchen, you'll have a bedroom, you'll have you might have an office or a walk-in closet. You'll have a balcony. You'll have maybe your bathroom will probably have like a bathtub and a shower separately, stuff like that. And it's like, yeah,
In Poland, that's more than basic.
it's like a house. But is this like a mansion? No. It's not that much. It's really not that much.
It's not that little either.
She also admitted to using money to buy new streaming equipment for her new place with professional studio lights and everything.
Hello.
She also talked about using the money for her personal security.
Satyam Ja, my apologies if I got that wrong. Thank you for the 200. I don't know what that is. But that's interesting looking. Consciousness of observer change wave into particle in double slit experiment. Then at time of Big Bang, there is a need of cosmic observer to collapse wave into particles. This hints God exist. I see.
Perfect.
I consulted
But
with a
hint is
security
not
company,
evidence. Okay. A hint,
and
a
they
hint
made
can
all of
be
my
mean
devices
anything.
hack-proof, and they gave me tips on not getting doxxed again. They also helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff that I can't talk about because I signed an NDA, like a non-disclosure agreement. I already hired a lawyer,
NBA. I've signed an
and
NBA.
all of the information between me and my lawyer is privileged and confidential, and I can't talk about it. So the money towards a legal fund is being utilized, but until the point where I can actually talk about what I'm doing, I can't say anything.
That's very convenient that, you can't really talk about the details of how you're using that money for a legal fund. Okay. And she possibly used some of that money on drugs and definitely on rehab.
Okay.
She possibly used some of that money on drugs, but definitely for rehab. Rehab from what, Anna? Wait, from what?
Streaming.
Work this one out for me.
8 days into a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth. Started doing coke and
Breakfast
meth
of champions.
and benzos. And I was planning on ordering
And she was streaming during this, wasn't she?
Yes.
from the dark net.
After the backlash, Clara went into rehab on February 22nd. In the next few days, I will be admitted to rehab. The doctor said that because of the drugs I'm addicted to without medical supervision.
In fact, my talk with her might have happened during that period, believe it or not. My conversation with her might have happened during that period. It was a brief conversation, but it still happened. It was still a conversation that happened. And this is pathetic excuse for journalism. I bet.
Detoxing will kill me. Now, I'm inclined to believe her on this, given that she didn't return until about a month later. Clara later admitted that she spent more money going to rehab than she ever had on actual drugs.
I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged.
In retrospect, it's not so bad that that talk went awkward. Have you seen the talk, by the way? Or no? Have you seen that conversation, Neil? Sadaka? Oh, you saw it. So what did you think of it when it happened? It did go a little bit awkward. I think it was the only conversation I've ever had with a content creator that went this awkward. Sort of. Although it's sort of started on the premise of a misunderstanding as well. Felt a bit awkward since Keflis expected Bloodsport and didn't seem interested in what you had to say. I noticed. Well, you know. I mean, she quite literally said, I expected Bloodsports and not a friendly conversation, so maybe we should just end it. So, you know. She sort of quite literally said it. I'm getting lost in this level. What was it about? There was a time when, as a strange experiment, I made a prompt to AI to write scripts for videos, which I read out. It was a video about Vosh, a video about Demon Mama, and a video about Keffels. Interestingly enough, the AI scolded Vosh and Keffels and praised Demon Mama. And then I sort of called into Keffels because she was arguing with people about some things. Oh crap. She was arguing with people about some things. And then I called in because she said, oh, anybody can call in now to talk. I was like, oh, okay, I'll call in to talk. You know, I guess I'll just call in to talk then, if anybody can call in to talk. And so I called in. She asked, why do you want to call in? I was like, want to talk, I guess. So I called in. And she was like, oh, so you've made a video about me, huh? Because I guess she saw the AI video, you know? And then I've explained the whole AI thing more or less like I've explained it here and now. Also, it was a pretty interesting thing, the whole AI thing, because it demonstrated that a lot of people actually sort of bought it, including Keffels, it seems. And the way the AI sort of wrote those scripts was that it was basically a bunch of vague, empty statements which you could read anything into. It was quite literally a bunch of vague nonsense, empty statements that you could interpret anything into it. You could just fill the blanks on your own, basically like a horoscope. You know? Like a horoscope that is basically written for everybody to find themselves in it. And that was the interesting part about the whole thing. I think the prompt for Vosh was, write me a script explaining how Vosh can be a better ally, and the AI still scolded Vosh. So I explained the AI thing to Kafos, and then we talked for a very short bit, and then she said, I actually expected an antagonistic conversation. This threw me off a bit, and maybe we should just end it here. And then we just ended it there. You know? And that was it. That was it. Uh-oh. Oh, I died again. So yeah, that was it. This is what GTP wrote as feedback for you. Okay. What did it write? Listen, at the end of the day, I'm a small creator. Lucy has the potential to become... What? That's not... Lucy has the potential to become a leading voice. What was the prompt? Okay, before you say anything, tell me what the prompt was. Before I even read this, I need to know what the prompt was. I need to know what prompt you fed into the GTP. Okay, we'll write a critique on the online streamer Lucy Hazeh about how she can become a bigger voice in the online left. Okay. Lucy Hazeh has the potential to become a leading voice within the online left by strategically expanding her content, enhancing engagement, collaborating with others. True, I do need to collaborate with others. See, it's like the horoscope. It's perfectly for me. And continually adapting to new trends. By focusing on these areas, she can amplify her influence, attract a broader audience, and make a more significant impact on the discourse surrounding progressive politics. There you go. I told you, the ChatGPT just takes a bunch of vague statements that you can just read anything into. Oh, in order to be a bigger voice, well, you just need to grow and, expand and collaborate and do things, basically. Yes, and then you will grow. You just need to do things and then you'll grow, for sure. Amplify my ductfluence, true. You just need to be more active. But it's okay, we're having 11 people here. I still even haven't started the story segments, which the story is in the news.
I went to the addiction rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was one of the best decisions I think I've ever made.
While Addiction Rehab Toronto doesn't have prices listed on their sites, aggregators like recovery.com price a 30-day stay at the facility at 20,000 Canadian dollars. And that is a fourth of the entire dollar amount. It's hard to believe that expense, on top of buying enough drugs to end up there in the first place, had no bearing on how that GoFundMe money was used. One of her mods admitted the habit went a bit into the fund money at the end. However much a bit is, we might never know.
Amazing.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I would blame anyone for using that sort of money for rehab. I'm not sure if I would sort of, you know? What you really need, Lucy, is a dock and a separate camera for it. Imagine thinking that I can afford a separate camera. That is so nice. Do you know what equipment, quote unquote, I use to conduct the interviews? All these interviews that I do in the field, on the ground, with people. I use my phone. I use my Motorola phone. And the Motorola phone doesn't even have like a microphone. I just point the phone at people. And that's it. It even became a thing that I go to people and I say, would you like to talk to the phone? Is it okay if we talk to the phone a little bit? And some say yes, some say no. And some say, who do you represent? Who are you? Who are you? The funniest one was those two ladies that asked me, are you a right-winger? You want an interview? Are you a right-winger? Because if you're not, then we don't want to talk to you. If you're not a right-winger, then we don't even want to talk to you. And that's basically how it happened. Who do you work for? That was a thing that a lot of people asked me, actually. Who do you work for? That was not an uncommon question. Even those who I ended up actually interviewing asked me, who do you work for?
And finally, I think one of the most damning parts of this lengthy video that Mutahar put together had to do with a damning leak from a private group chat that Keffels was part of. She talks about the money that was crowdfunded, what it was used for, and how quickly it was depleted.
This is what I was shown. The first is from a screenshot from a private group chat dated November 30th, 2022. Feels really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year's rent and my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me by reminding me that it was an emergency fund. I kept trying to think of how it depleted so fast, and it's just so many little things. Travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends out, buying new streaming gear and clothes. If legitimate, this is an admission that the GoFundMe had greatly depleted after just 2 months.
Did the donors know that Keffels was going to spend the money on psych fees, on streaming equipment?
I don't know. There is a really weird way to phrase this, to be quite honest, Anna Kasparian. Psych fees. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't think that donors would get furious if they've learned that the donations were spent on mental health? Question mark? I honestly don't think that the majority of the donors would be like, how dare you spend the money on mental health? Psych? That is a weird criticism to levy, in my opinion.
On all these things that were not listed.
Well, the streaming equipment was known. She didn't really watch the video that carefully, apparently. It was known that she was spending the money on streaming equipment. What wasn't known is that the streaming equipment and her computer stuff was actually returned to her prior to the GoFundMe going up. That was one of the big revelations from the video, which people probably should have caught on to, but I think people just took on faith what they saw on the screen. I know I did. But like what Mudahar showed was like the thing that she had, the package that she had on the television was the same package, or one of the same packages that she showed of the things that were confiscated. So
on her GoFundMe page. Of course they didn't know that. Did they know that the group that Keffels was actually harassed by was not Kiwi Farms, based on the research that Mutahar did, that it was a different platform that she, for whatever reason, did not want to go after because she didn't want to draw attention to them because of what they had been posting on their platform. Listen, I feel sick to my stomach knowing that I amplified a con artist.
Oh, come on. This is
on the show.
No, you don't, because you're fine doing this all the time.
Yourselves are con artists.
Where's the
where's
the Brianna Wu? Where's the Brianna Wu disavowal?
Obviously, I did not know she was a con artist. I did not do that on purpose. But at the end of the day, I'm the host and I am responsible for what I say on this program. I'm sure some of our viewers unfortunately donated money to her out of the kindness of their hearts because they thought they were helping her. And so these are the kinds of stories that keep me up at night because, as I've said before on this show, I feel that I have a responsibility to the audience. And if I ever make a mistake, as I did with this story, I am going to take the time to correct it and take full responsibility for it.
I don't believe you.
Same.
All right, enough of that.
I don't believe you. Okay. We're gonna save game and we're gonna get into a few news segments, and then, you know, gonna do news segments, and we're gonna read some of the book, and then we're gonna, well, you know, we're gonna do a lot of things. Wencheng are friends. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Cheng, the president. Of the United States of America. Well, not yet, book. Book later. For now, something else. For now, something else. Oh, I have to write an email. Quit the game. President Sunday was very, very enlightening and interesting, but, well, actually it wasn't, but you know. That happens. Not everything can be fascinating and interesting. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna put that away. Hello, Gaius Winston. Hello. Thank you for doing the video game thing. Thank you for doing the list of the video games. You could go pretty far with that. You could go pretty far back with that. Like, for example, you could do playlists of all the Resident Evil games from 1 to the current one, Nemesis, or even Final Fantasy. But thank you. Thank you for the initiative, guest Winston. More of you should join the page. More of you should definitely join the White Forest and become part of the White Forest family together with me. Okay, so we're doing a little bit of history because history that regards the parts of the world that I live in, sort of this general area which has a lot to do with the history of Ukraine. It has a lot to do with the history of Russia. It has a lot to do with how political, you could say, culture formed in both of these countries, how they differ, what caused them to differ, and then we're gonna tie it to the newest statement made by Vladimir Putin, and then we're gonna tie it even further into what it means for Russian international relations with a very specific country. So let us start by talking about how when everything was still forming, when in the more area understood as Eastern Europe, we had a bunch of tribes with all sorts of funny names like Polanie, Wisłanie, Mazowszanie. There were many names, many very fascinating names. Some of them duplicated, interestingly enough. Polanie, which sort of were part of what became Poland, and Polanie in the area where Ukraine now is. Apparently they were not the same, they just happened to have the same name. And then you had the slave trade, because the Slavic tribes were not exactly Christian, which meant they could be enslaved and they could enslave others. And then you had the Jewish population that sort of took part in this slave trade. And then you had, as Timothy Snyder would put it in his analysis that usually start from that outsider perspective, and then you had the Franks from the west, the Byzantium Empire from sort of the south. You had the Vikings that sort of entered the picture when it came to Ukraine. And then you had the Mongols. Then you had the Mongols from the east, right? So yeah, you had that. And what is important, that Kiev Rus, which was a sort of like a big coherent country, became split into sort of smaller territories ruled by princes of Rus. It was not anything you could say special. How it happened was that the ruler would have many sons, and the ruler would be like, I'm not just gonna leave the terrain to one son to be the ruler, the oldest son, but rather I'm gonna sort of be fair, quote unquote, and I'm gonna split this territory between my sons, and then they would sort of break away into their own smaller territories. It is a thing that also happened in Poland. It is referred to in our historiography as the neighborhood split, the neighborhood division. Sort of the Polish king decided that Poland would be divided into neighborhoods, and the various sons would sort of rule the various neighborhoods, with one son being sort of, technically speaking, the main son that would sort of, one neighborhood was supposed to be the main neighborhood that would sort of rule over all the other neighborhoods, kind of, sort of, but that didn't work out. But we're not talking about Poland, we're talking about Kiev Rus. And so the Mongols came, sort of did their thing. Part of those territories, split territories, sort of were taken up by the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. So you had the Lithuanian Rus, sort of, and then you had the Mongol Rus. And the Mongol Rus sort of became the Duchy of Moscow, and then it became Russia. And the Grand Duchy of Lithuania Rus later down the line became Belarus and Ukraine. Okay? And this is like, I'm simplifying here quite a lot, but it is important to sort of know how these two paths affected the political culture which sort of both of these places partook in, both of political cultures that those places developed, and how you could make a case that it seems those political cultures are affecting those countries today. Of course, the Great Duchy of Lithuania joined in a union with Kingdom of Poland, forming the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which meant that the terrains of sort of Ukraine, we're going to focus on Ukraine, got exposed to certain ideas of a republican thought, republic, Respublika, Rzeczpospolita, to ideas like people having certain rights, voting, parliament, etc. All those things sort of Ukraine got exposed to, which caused the Cossacks in the future to sort of figure that they could have rights, they could be like nobles, and which they were refused, which led to the uprising, etc. The system that developed in the Duchy of Moscow, however, was different. In Moscow, you had the ruler, and everybody was basically subject to that ruler. They could use the land as long as they were loyal to the ruler, but that right could have been stripped at any moment. There was no notion of people having any rights. And of course, under the Golden Horde, the ruler of the duchy would pay tribute to the Khan. Right? So, as the Mongolian Empire sort of faded into the background, let's just put it like that, the Duchy of Moscow sort of went the route of empire conquest, subjugating other peoples, etc., which was sort of treated as the opposite of um, the Republic, which was the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. These were just sort of at odds with one another. Right? So far so good. And which route was better? Because now, of course, the sort of the question is raised, what sort of route, what sort of path could be considered to be quote unquote better? And that depends, of course, on what values you hold. Do you hold the values that people have certain rights, that people have sort of more towards that those sort of ideals of a republic, or maybe you're more geared towards empire, geared towards not really believing that human rights are the highest priority. And it's within this sort of context that we go to the statement made by a person who you might be familiar with, Vladimir Putin. Very famous guy. And he said the following. Putin claims Mongol invaders were better for Russia than Western conquerors. All this sort of mini history impromptu intro was for the purpose of discussing this little take by Vladimir Putin. Mongol invaders were better for Russia than Western conquerors. Russian President Vladimir Putin has claimed that the Golden Horde, part of the Mongol Empire, was better for Moscow than Western conquerors, and praised Prince Alexander Nevsky, a key figure in medieval Russian history, for going to the Mongol Khan to get permission to reign. And how that permission was given basically was that he was the person that organized and taxes and gave tribute to the Khan from that region in which he governed. That was basically how the Mongolian Empire decided who got the permission to reign. It was the person that would be gathering the tribute. Vladimir Putin, during a meeting with new members of the Civic Chamber of the Russian Federation. The unity of the people has been a key factor in Russia's progress to new frontiers. Well, by unity of the people, he refers to the system in which you had the sort of Tsar, the guy on top. He was the absolute ruler. Everybody else was subordinate and sort of worked for him and fought in wars for him. And all the privileges that they had could be revoked at any moment. That was basically that is what Vladimir Putin refers to when he says the unity of the people, which is a very interesting way to put it. And of course, let's not forget that the Duchy of Moscow ended up being quite good at the art of war, considering that they have learned under the Mongols, which were, of course, as we all know, extremely good at the art of warfare. That's always been true. Let's recall what happened in the days of, say, Alexander Nevsky. After all, he traveled to the Horde, bowed down before the Horde's Khans, and was given the Yarlik permission to rule as prince, primarily so that he could effectively resist the invasion of the West. I wonder which invasion is he referring to? Is he referring to the Teutonic Knights from the West? Is he referring to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania? What is he referring to when it comes to the invasions from the West? Because at that point you could, like, there were many things that you could be talking about when it comes to invasion from the West. Like, there was no unified West back then. There were many different sort of players that, you know, were present. Putin believes that even though the Golden Horde acted ruthlessly and cruelly, they did not impact the Russian language, traditions, or culture, which is not exactly true. There was an impact on the Russian language. Definitely, there's a reason why the Rush language, which broke off into Ukrainian and Belarusian, is quite different from the Russian language. Those languages drifted, so you cannot just say that the Russian language was unaffected and intact from the contact with the Mongols. That was what Western conquerors had set out to do, Putin added, which is actually, ironically enough, completely not true, because when the Grand Duchy of Lithuania took over the lands of Kiev Rus, which later became Belarus and Ukraine, the primary language of law and sort of basically the primary language of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania for a long time was Ruthenian, the Rus language. So it is absolutely not true that the quote-unquote Western conquerors set out to destroy the language, culture, and traditions of Kiev Rus. That is why we revere Alexander Nevsky as a saint, because of his choice he made. Because of this choice he made, he cared about preserving the Russian people, and later all the peoples living in the territory of our country, Putin said. So now I've sort of tied this sort of basic, very simplistic, very simplified, brief history of how certain parts of Kiev Rus went under the Mongolian wing, so to speak, and how certain parts of the Kiev Rus became part of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. We've sort of discussed a little bit of the differences between the later formed empire and the later formed republic, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and the Russian Empire. We've discussed certain differences in how certain basic things like rights were viewed, and then we've tied it to Putin's newest statement that the Golden Horde actually presented a better deal than quote-unquote Western invaders. But why exactly would Putin say such a thing? Why say that now? Why sort of remind of this tribute paid to the Golden Horde, to the Mongolian Empire? Why talk of this history now? Well, we can speculate. We can certainly speculate why Putin would do such a thing. And one of the possible reasons is because he is painting a picture here. A picture of choosing to ally oneself with the East, even though it's harsh, rather than succumbing to the West. And that is a very interesting dynamic, considering, and this is the next article that we're going to get into, China has strategic interests in prolonging war in Ukraine, experts say. Considering the now subservient role that Russia has found itself in relation to China. Russia has found itself in a subservient role in relation to China. You could even say, some even say, a bit snarkily, that Russia is becoming a vassal to China, much like the Duchy of Moscow was a vassal to the Golden Horde. China would like Russia to get bogged down in a drawn-out conflict with Ukraine, as that would subordinate Moscow to Beijing's interests, according to an expert on Russian-Chinese relations. Vladimir Putin, the Russian leader, arrived in Beijing on Tuesday with a substantial business delegation, aiming not only to secure economic support, but also to build a strategic alliance with China that would help counter the West's geopolitical and economic clout. The Russian economy has become increasingly dependent on the country since the onset of the Ukraine conflict, placing Russia in a subordinate position in their bilateral relations, according to experts. You starting to see where this is going? Charles Michta, Charles Michta, I'm going to read it like that, an expert at the Center for European Policy Analysis, CEPA, said that Chinese support has helped Russia withstand Western sanctions, yet this relationship has primarily benefited Beijing. Russia has become a junior partner, reliant on China's economic strength. Putin hopes to get Chinese backing for a pipeline project that would take gas from Siberia to China, believing that supplying large quantities of cheap gas could strengthen geopolitical ties and balance their economic relations. However, China can afford to wait until the 2030s for increased gas supplies, according to an analysis by Columbia University's Center on Global Energy Policy. While Beijing claims to seek a peaceful resolution to the conflict, and has proposed a peace plan for Ukraine that would allow Russia to retain its territorial gains, some political scientists argue that China benefits from a prolonged war. Michta says that Western sanctions and Russia's economic and political isolation could increase Moscow's dependency on Beijing, enhancing China's influence. Michta also said that this also means China wants the West to continue to support Ukraine. The end of US aid would work against China because the implosion of Ukraine would stop or at least hinder Moscow's dependence on China, she said. China also anticipates that a more dependent Russia will share its latest military technologies, which would significantly advance Beijing's defense sector. As the Ukraine war continues, Moscow has strengthened ties with China by increasing energy exports to the country and purchasing advanced technology for its defense industry from Chinese companies. Additionally, Russia and China have conducted several joint military exercises in recent years. And this is basically the line that is being drawn. The line of Putin basically making this comparison to the relationship between the Duchy of Moscow to the Golden Horde, to sort of as a means to be able to stand against the Western conquerors, the Western invaders, and then sort of makes a parallel of it might be a bit harsh, we might be paying a bit of a price by sort of being in this dominated position in a relationship with China, but at the end of the day, we are doing it to resist the West, the degenerate West, the Western conquerors that are trying to destroy us. It's sort of like this logic. And of course, if the values that you follow are trying to, because of course the assumption is, right, that just like with the Golden Horde, sooner or later, just like the Duchy of Moscow came out of the shadow of the Mongolian Empire and expanded and grew and became an empire, so will Russia reap the benefits and grow, get out of the shadow, and do empire, which is the goal, right? The goal is the rebuilding of the Russian Empire. And with that in mind, it makes perfect sense for Vladimir Putin to say, from my perspective, being under the Golden Horde was better, because in the long run, it led us to empire. And that is what he sort of sees as the correct model. The empire. I don't know if there's much more to add to this. But yeah, that's basically my opinion on the whole Putin little thing about the Mongolian rule being good. Good actually. Right? That is basically what we are handed. So what do you think? What did you think? What did you think of this little thing? Hmm? Well, it's a little bit, you know. It's not even just about twisting of history in this case. It's just about pointing out to values of what Putin values more. He values control. He values not necessarily citizens having rights. He values conquest. He values empire. So it's not even about the twisting of history in this case. And it is also evident, like, one of the main reasons, in my humble opinion, why countries like Poland, Lithuania, and many others detest being in Russian sphere of influence, have detested the past of, you know, the experience of having been subjugated by Russia, because very often it meant the degradation of human rights. It meant that the life of people was worth a lot less. It was treated not as something that was worth preserving. That it was not something that was treated as worth respecting. And that is something that people just don't want. People don't want to live in a reality in which they could be basically treated like garbage or even killed at the state's whim. You know? And that is sadly the reality of being in the Russian sphere of influence. You know? Especially when you're part of an undesired group from the perspective of the state, or insubordinate group, again from the perspective of the state. Which is why many countries from this part of the world so aggressively reject the idea of finding themselves under as a part of the Ruski Mir ever again. And that is it. That is it. So we can now move forward. You can now move forward to other things, since we've already sort of discussed this, right? We can sort of move on from this. Yeah. 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 I want. Oh. So, I guess we can talk about this briefly. We're gonna talk very briefly about the biggest Ukrainian drone operation from the beginning of the entirety of the war. The biggest drone operation of Ukraine. Long story short, it seems like Russia claims that it has shut down all of the drones, that it's just so the situation is under control, and reality of the situation seems to be a little bit different. The biggest drone operation of Ukrainian forces since the very start of the full-scale invasion. So let's get into it. Ukraine war latest. Ukrainian drones hit military facilities in Russia, Crimea, amid Russian claims of over 100 drones downed. And we have here the thing. Key updates on May 17th. Ukrainian drones hit military facilities in Russia, Crimea, amid Russian claims of over 100 drones downed. Zelensky says Russia's Kharkiv Oblast offensive advances as far as 10 kilometers, halted by first defense line. We don't need to, you know. We're talking about the drones only for now. Ukrainian drones attacked several military facilities in Russia and occupied Crimea overnight on May 17th. A source from the Security Service of Ukraine, SBU, confirmed to the Kyiv Independent. The source said there was a joint operation carried out by the SBU and Ukraine's military intelligence agency. Today's operation proved that the Russians are unable to protect their main naval bases in Sevastopol and Novorossiysk, the source said. The Russian Defense Ministry claimed earlier during the day that 102 aerial and 6 naval drones had been intercepted and destroyed and did not report any damage or casualties, which is of course part of the Russian hybrid war, I would say. This is not even cope. This is just part of Russian warfare. Misinformation, lies, claiming that everything's going according to plan, trying to downplay losses in order to try to make feel like there's no point. Well, thank you for the $30 for Lucy working so hard. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $30 donation. Thank you. So, in my opinion, it is part of that effort by Russia to sort of paint a picture of resistance is futile. It is not worth fighting. It is actually a waste of time to even try. You should give up. We are pushing. We are gaining ground. Your feeble attacks don't impress us. We are sort of, and that is, in my opinion, part of why we've intercepted all of the drones. The drones were targeted at naval bases of the Black Sea Fleet, located in occupied Sevastopol and the Russian city of Novorossiysk in Krasnodar Krai. The source said the attack also impacted a power plant near Sevastopol, leading to power outages. The port in Novorossiysk, where Moscow began redeploying its Black Sea Fleet after a series of devastating Ukrainian strikes, including a missile attack on its headquarters in Sevastopol on September 22nd, 2023. The source also confirmed the drone attack on the oil refinery in the Russian town of Tuapse, located on Russia's Black Sea coast. The Russian Defense Ministry claimed 102 aerial and 6 naval drones had been intercepted and destroyed and did not report any damage or casualties. If confirmed, it would be the largest drone attack by Ukraine throughout the entire full-scale war. A previous attack in March saw the Kremlin claiming to have downed 65 drones. A military intelligence source confirmed earlier for the Kyiv Independent that the agency carried out a successful drone attack against an oil base in Russia's Rostov Oblast on May 15th. The next day, drones hit production facilities of the state-owned Russian weapons manufacturing company Basalt in the city of Tula, a military intelligence source told the Kyiv Independent. Zelensky says Russia's Kharkiv Oblast offensive advances as far as 10 kilometers. That's not important now. So yeah. It feels like Russia has taken a lot more damage than it's willing to admit, which is, of course, part of its propaganda network thing. Well, it also demonstrates another thing, okay? It demonstrates another thing. We'll be talking about it soon because it's a topic that makes me a lot more angry. It makes me a lot more frustrated. Again, when it comes to the support of the West, it becomes a frustrating topic. Shocker, shocker, we're gonna be a little bit angry. But you know, it happens. We're gonna continue this topic with this. Big wave of Ukrainian drones kill 2 in Russia, causes refinery fire. Ukraine mounted an unusually large wave of overnight drone attacks on Russia that killed 2 people in Belgorod region and set fire to an oil refinery at Tuapse on the Black Sea, Russian officials said on Friday. I am. Wait, why do you mention Final Fantasy? Belgorod Regional Governor Vyacheslav Gladkov said a mother and her 4-year-old son were killed while traveling in a car. I did? Huh. The fire at the Tuapse refinery was extinguished, local authorities said. The extent of damage was not clear. The refinery had undergone several months of repairs, completed only at the end of April, after previous fire in January. At the time, a Ukrainian source said that blaze, too, was caused by Ukrainian drones, which have repeatedly struck Russian refineries and caused significant disruption to output. Tuapse has an annual capacity of 12 million metric tons, 240,000 barrels per day. It produces naphtha fuel oil, vacuum gas oil, and high sulfur diesel, supplying mainly to Turkey, China, Malaysia, and Singapore. Russia's defense ministry said early on Friday that Russian air defenses had destroyed 102 Ukrainian aerial drones and 6 uncrewed naval boats in the Black Sea overnight. In Russian-annexed Crimea, an electrical substation was damaged in Sevastopol, local governor Mikhail Rozvozaev said on Telegram. He said there would be isolated blackouts and school classes had been cancelled. Ukraine's military said it shut down all 20 drones launched overnight in Russia's latest such attack on Ukraine since February 2022. So, this little thing brings me to our next topic. This little thing brings me to our next topic, which is the necessity of attacking military targets on Russian soil by the Ukrainian forces. By far the most successful strategy that Ukraine has done was attacking Russian refineries with their own drones, which has actually had an effect of lowering Russia's output capacity when it comes to refined oil, because the refineries have been targeted, and have lowered Russia's bottom line, which meant that it lowered Russia's capability of financing the war. And of course, the US was not happy about this. It told Ukraine to stop, and thank God Ukraine did not stop, because the oil prices might soar. The whole topic it has been discussed many times. I'm not going to discuss it now. It's not important to the broader topic of the importance of Ukraine being able to attack broader targets within Russia. And the problem, of course, is that the US has forbidden Ukraine from using its weapons, the weapons that it provides, from striking within Russian territory proper, striking military targets in Russia. All right? And there are many reasons, of course, given why that is the case. And I think there is a really good quotation by Volodymyr Zelensky that he recently said that sort of illuminates a little bit on this topic. And that quote is, in my opinion, our allies want us to win, but they also want Russia not to lose. And now suddenly this whole thing makes a whole lot more sense. Even though it's still, in my opinion, nonsensical. Because of course, in order for Ukraine to win, Russia absolutely must lose. And the fact is, because as we all know, a new front has been opened in the north, the Kharkiv region, the Kharkiv Oblast front. And as we know, as we all probably know, the situation there could have been avoided, as in all cases with this invasion, where the situation that we're in is basically mainly because of the bad handling of aid by Western allies. And now we enter the situation with the North. Because the US has forbidden the attacking of Russian targets and still forbids it, Russia can concentrate its forces behind the border and prepare attacks on Ukraine with impunity. Russia can strike Ukraine territory with artillery and other means from Russian territory with impunity. And Ukraine, basically, all it can do is sit there and take it. And nothing describes it best as a certain organization called the Institute of War, which has prepared a really comprehensive report on this. It is called Putin's Safe Space. Defeating Russia Kharkiv operation requires eliminating Russia's sanctuary, which is of course military targets in Russia proper. Putin's Safe Space, defeating Russia's Kharkiv. Current policy of the US prohibiting Ukraine from using US provided weapons in the territory of Russian Federation is severely compromising Ukraine's ability to defend itself against the renewed cross-border invasion Russia has recently launched in Kharkiv Oblast. US policy has effectively created a vast sanctuary in which Russia has been able to amass its ground invasion force and from which it is launching glide bombs and other long-range strike systems in support of its renewed invasion. Whatever the merits of this US policy before the Russian assault on Kharkiv Oblast began, it should be modified immediately to reflect the urgent realities of the current situation. Because basically, again, Ukraine is just handicapped. Ukraine has its arms tied behind its back and it can just defend itself. It can just take it basically, but it cannot stop Russia from being able to do it again. It cannot destroy Russian capacity of doing that again. The Russian military began an offensive operation along the Russian-Ukrainian border in northern Kharkiv Oblast on May 10th, an effort that will pose serious challenges to Ukrainian forces over the coming months. The operation seeks to fix Ukrainian forces across the theater and thin them out along the 600-mile front line to create opportunities specifically in Donetsk Oblast. Among other significant objectives that ISW has warned about at length, Russian forces will likely leverage their tactical foothold in northern Kharkiv Oblast in the coming days to intensify offensive operations and pursue the initial phase of an offensive effort likely intended to push back Ukrainian forces from the border within Belgorod Oblast and advance to within tube artillery range of Kharkiv city. The operation could set conditions for a major offensive operation that seeks to seize Kharkiv city, though Russian forces' current limited efforts do not suggest that Russian forces are immediately pursuing a large-scale sweeping offensive operation to envelop, encircle, or seize Kharkiv city. Russia's operation is still nonetheless dangerous and is already diverting some Ukrainian forces and resources from Donetsk to Kharkiv. Russia's Kharkiv operation will force Ukraine to make difficult prioritization decisions that can generate significant operational effects in favor of Russia in the coming months. Which, of course, the whole situation is, once again, I will repeat for the 1 millionth time, the effect of Western aid being, let's put it delicately, mishandled, in my opinion. The aid has been mishandled. Defeating Russia's operation in Kharkiv Oblast requires defeating Russia's glide bomb threat. Russian forces are using glide bombs, and we're going to discuss glide bombs as well today. Russian forces are using glide bombs launched from Russian airspace to enable Russian ground maneuver in Kharkiv Oblast. It's something that I've been hearing from quite a few sources, including the medic, including the whole medic lecture that I attended in one of the Polish cities. They spoke of this sort of glide bomb strategy that forced Ukrainian forces to move back from their positions. And of course, the glide bombs are a lot cheaper than other forms of missiles. We're gonna talk about that. We have like a really nice piece prepared on the subject of glide bombs, so don't worry. We're gonna be discussing glide bombs as well. The Russian Air Force dropped glide bombs against frontline settlements when Russia began the initial phase of its Kharkiv operation on May 10th and dropped no fewer than 20 glide bombs against the frontline city of Vovchansk on May 11th. And the problem with those glide bombs is that there are big, heavy, sort of very heavily plated, which makes them actually quite difficult to shoot down using anti-air that Ukraine has at its disposal on the front line, which would make the best strategy to counter them would be to shoot the place from which the glide bombs are being launched from. But guess what? Ukraine cannot do that. Ukraine cannot do that because the US forbids it. The US forbids using weapons that they've provided to do that. So, in practice, Ukraine is being forbidden from countering those weapons effectively. And dropped no fewer than 20 glide bombs against the frontline city of Vovchansk on May 11th alone. Russian forces continued to strike frontline cities in Kharkiv with glide bombs on May 12. Russian forces previously demonstrated the capability to use massed glide bomb strikes to destroy Ukrainian strong points to enable tactical maneuver during the Battle of Avdiivka in February 2024. The Russian military is replicating this tactic in its new Kharkiv operation. Russia is leveraging Russian airspace as a sanctuary to strike Kharkiv Oblast. Senior US government officials have issued multiple statements throughout 2023 and 2024 that Ukraine may only use US provided weapons within Ukrainian territory and airspace, and that the US does not encourage or enable attacks within Russia, very likely also including Russian airspace, although the US prohibition on Ukraine's use of air defense systems around Kharkiv is less clear. Ukraine cannot defend its frontline positions from Russian glide bombs so long as Ukraine cannot intercept Russian aircraft in Russian airspace with US provided air defense systems. Russia's use of Russian airspace for these attacks underscores the urgent need for the US to provide more long-range air defense assets and to allow the Ukrainians to use them to intercept Russian aircraft in Russian airspace. Which I assume the US is afraid that it's going to be perceived as escalation. Oh, you've used your weapons to attack our territory proper. That has to be the sort of justification that the US sees for this sort of policy. That has to be it. I don't see any other logical explanation as to why the US would be so stubbornly forbidding Ukraine from actually effectively combating what is being put against them. Russian aircraft can strike Kharkiv city indefinitely without ever leaving the sanctuary of Russian airspace. Kharkiv city lies 40 kilometers from Russia's international border with Ukraine. Russia's glide bombs have a glide range of 40 to 60 kilometers. Ukraine's air defense systems do not have the capability to intercept glide bombs once they have been launched from Russian fighters bombers because they're heavily reinforced. The Russian Air Force can therefore strike Kharkiv city without ever entering Ukraine's sovereign airspace. It is absurd to constrain Ukraine's ability to counter Russia's glide bombs threat in Kharkiv at this pivotal moment. And we can look at this map. You see? The Russian Air Force can strike no fewer than 2,480 Ukrainian settlements in Chernihiv, Sumy, and Kharkiv oblasts with glide bombs launched from Russian airspace. Russian aircraft can strike Kharkiv city and Sumy city indefinitely with glide bombs without ever leaving the sanctuary of Russian airspace. The Russian Air Force can strike about 42,400 square kilometers of Ukrainian-controlled territory, an area larger than the Netherlands, in Chernihiv, Sumy, and Kharkiv oblasts with glide bombs without ever leaving Russian airspace. So you can see the problem here, right? You can see that Russia can just attack. It's very difficult to shoot those bombs down, and Ukraine basically cannot use the most effective method of countering that. You see? The Russian Air Force can strike wide swaths of Ukraine uninhabited so long as the Russian Air Force continues to leverage Russia's airspace sanctuary. The Russian Air Force can strike no fewer than 869 settlements in Kharkiv Oblast without ever leaving Russian airspace. The Russian Air Force can strike now no fewer than 2,480 Ukrainian settlements in Chernihiv, Sumy, and Kharkiv Oblasts together without ever leaving Russian airspace. The Russian Air Force can strike about 42,400 square kilometers of Ukrainian-controlled territory in Chernihiv, Sumy, and Kharkiv Oblasts without ever leaving Russian airspace. Defeating Russian glide bombs against Kharkiv city requires the interception of Russian aircraft in Belgorod Oblast before they come within striking range of Kharkiv city. The Russian Air Force began to strike Kharkiv city with glide bombs in March 2024. Ukraine has not been able to effectively counter these strikes because Ukraine is running low on its indigenous S-300 air defense systems and lacks sufficient other non-US long-range air defense systems to intercept Russian fighter bombers before they release their glide bombs. Also, by the way, as we're gonna find later, Russia is actually working on new glide bombs that will have cluster munitions in them, because right now they still don't have cluster munitions, but once they do, the situation might change quite for the worse, considering that cluster munitions have quite the range compared to regular sort of bombs. Ukraine needs more Patriot systems and interceptors, but no number of Patriot systems can protect Kharkiv city from the Russian glide bomb threat so long as the Russian Air Force can continue to use Russian airspace as a sanctuary and safe space. And that is because, I assume, Patriot missiles are a lot more expensive to produce. Therefore, Ukraine will be given a much smaller amount of them, and actually glide bombs are relatively cheap to produce and can be mass thrown in Ukraine. And this is the problem. The easiest solution would be to get rid of the planes that are shooting them. Russia also leverages its airspace sanctuary to conduct devastating missile and drone strike attacks against Ukraine. Russia conducts routine large-scale strikes targeting Ukraine, employing drones, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, and other ordinances. Russian strikes have become more effective over time as Russia has incorporated tactical adaptations to overcome Ukrainian air defense capabilities, and as Ukraine has run low on interceptors, Russia's airspace sanctuary compounds the challenges in defeating Russian strike packages. Ukraine's air defenders have limited reaction time to intercept Russian projectiles if the projectiles must first enter Ukrainian airspace before they can be interdicted. The more physical distance and therefore time that Ukraine has to track and intercept Russian missiles and drones, the more effective Ukrainian air defense will be. Israeli and allied forces managed to successfully defeat Iran's unprecedented Russian-style strike package against Israel on April 13 because Israeli and allied forces tracked and intercepted the projectiles as they flew extended distances over Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Yemen, and did not wait for them to enter Israeli airspace before intercepting them. Ukraine would be able to more effectively defend itself from Russian strikes if Ukraine's air defenders could similarly track and intercept Russian missiles and drones from the source as they approach Ukraine over an extended distance, as opposed to waiting until they crossed into Ukrainian airspace. Ukrainian Air Force spokesperson Major Ilya Yevlash stated on May 10th that Ukrainian authorities in Kharkiv city have very little time to identify and neutralize air threats that originate from the nearby areas across the Russian border, reflecting the challenges posed to Ukraine's air defenders by policies creating sanctuary for Russian combat forces in the Russian Federation. The Russian military is further exploiting Russia's sanctuary space to facilitate ground operations in Kharkiv Oblast, so amassing forces at the border to throw at Ukraine. Russia used its sanctuary to protect and assemble an operationally significant force on the Russian side of Ukraine's northeast border over the past several months. The Russian military has gathered roughly 50,000 personnel in Belgorod, Kursk, and Bryansk oblasts as part of its northern grouping of forces. The operationally significant force now conducting the offensive against Kharkiv Oblast. The vast majority of these forces are not yet committed to battle and are waiting in reserve at staging areas very close to Ukraine's border, very likely outside of the range of Ukrainian tube artillery. Russia will likely commit these forces to battle in the coming weeks and months, forcing Ukraine to redeploy manpower and material to Kharkiv Oblast to defend against Russian forces, potentially at the expense of reinforcing other critical parts of the front in Donetsk Oblast. So that means that Russia, that is already gaining ground in these places, will have an additional advantage because forces will be taken out of there to reinforce Kharkiv region. The Russian military is exploiting its sanctuary space to shield Russian ground forces from Ukrainian attacks before marshalling them into Ukraine. US officials have emphatically stated that Ukraine may not use HIMARS and ATACMS outside of Ukrainian territory. But the front line in Kharkiv is the international border. Ukraine's most effective rocket artillery systems have the range to strike Russian forces assembly areas and command posts in Belgorod Oblast, but the sanctuary is allowing Russia to freely assemble tens of thousands of forces at the front with minimal risk until Russian troops leave their final line of departure at the international border and enter Ukraine. The idea that Ukraine must wait until a mass of Russian forces approach and then cross the international border before engaging them is absurd, especially given Ukraine's asymmetric disadvantages in manpower and material relative to Russia. The US can take steps to equalize the battlefield and increase Ukraine's odds of defeating Russia's Kharkiv operation by eliminating its prohibitions on the use of US provided weapons against Russian forces immediately threatening Ukraine from Russian territory. There we go. Oriol Lipetsk Logistic Brigade. You see? All those places where Russia gathers their forces. That Ukraine could be attacking if it was given the okay to do so. Again, it's a case of this war not being about how strong Russia is, but about how competent the West can be with providing aid, and just how much can Ukraine be allowed to do to defend itself. That is what is being discussed here, as always. The US should allow Ukraine to strike legitimate military targets in Russia's rear with US provided weapons. Russia's sanctuary shields hundreds of legitimate military targets in rare areas that Ukrainian forces are capable of striking. This sanctuary shields hundreds of known military objects, including ammunition depots, fuel depots, warehouses, motor pools, command posts, repair bases, permanent unit headquarters, and their organic facilities and assets, radar bases, barracks, communication posts, at least 15 air bases, and other key military and dual-use infrastructure that the Russian military has optimized to project force into Ukraine. The sanctuary protects no fewer than 1,750 square kilometers, an area the size of Houston, of land known to be used by the Russian military and paramilitary security services. Ukrainian forces likely can significantly disrupt Russian operations at scale provided the elimination of the sanctuary and enough rocket military ammunition to strike such legitimate targets. US policy banning Ukraine's use of US-provided weapons against legitimate military targets in the Russian Federation has created a de facto sanctuary of 347,000 square kilometers that includes at least 1,750 square kilometers of Russian military and paramilitary bases. Russian forces are taking advantage of US limitations on Ukraine's use of systems such as ATACMS, HIMARS, and Patriots in Russian territory to amass forces and supplies for the ongoing invasion of Kharkiv Oblast and to conduct continuous glide bomb strikes against Kharkiv city and frontline areas. Ukraine could disrupt these attacks if the US allowed it to use US-provided weapons against Russian bases and force concentrations actively supporting Russian attacks on Ukraine. Removing Russia's sanctuary will degrade Russian logistics by forcing Russia to reconfigure rare support areas and logistics nodes to protect them from Ukrainian strikes. Concealing and protecting rare area assets from adversary reconnaissance and fire is resource intensive undertaking that requires sacrifices in logistical efficiency and sustainment capability in exchange for greater operational security and force protection. At present, the Russian military does not need to prioritize force protection in the rear areas in Russia, which has permitted Russia to optimize its rear areas for logistical efficiency, to push forces and material into Ukraine at scale. Russia's sanctuary has also allowed Russia to deploy its limited air defense and electronic warfare assets to protect frontline troops in Ukraine, as opposed to arraying such assets towards to protect rare areas, logistics nodes, and command points. Eliminating Russia's sanctuary would force Russia to make decisions about whether or how to reconfigure its rare areas, deploy protective measures, and reduce its footprint to improve protection at the expense of efficiency, likely degrading Russia's quantitative edge and projecting men and material into Ukraine at scale. So long as Russia's sanctuary exists, the Russian command will not have to worry about such considerations and can rest at ease knowing that Russian forces, logistics, and command points in the rare area sanctuary are categorically safe from Ukraine's most effective rocket artillery. They're on the way. They will be here in the summer. Provided that they also would be actually permitted to strike targets in Russian territory, which is not a guarantee by any means. Reevaluating Russia's sanctuary is not an all-or-nothing affair. Standing U.S. prohibitions on how Ukrainian forces may use U.S.-provided weapons will not prevent Western weapons from striking Russia. Western states are already beginning to reevaluate Russia's sanctuaries. In part or in whole, the United Kingdom, UK, officially eliminated Russia's sanctuary from UK weapons when Foreign Minister David Cameron announced in early May 2024 that London now permits Ukraine to strike Russian territory with UK-provided weapons. Ukraine has long struck legitimate targets in Russia with any weapons it can and will continue to do so. The US need not greenlight the use of all US-provided military systems against any target in the Russian Federation and still lift its restrictions enough to allow Ukrainian forces to defend themselves against immediate operational assaults. Neither Russia nor any other state has the right to view its sovereign territory as inviolable in war of aggression that it has initiated. Establishing the principle that nuclear-armed states can earn such inviolability through threats of escalation encourages other such potential predators to imagine that they too can attack with impunity and demand sanctuary in their own territory. U.S. restrictions on Ukraine's use of U.S.-provided weapons were one thing when the question was of possible long-range strike into the deep Russian rear, preventing Ukraine from using all of the resources at its disposal against a renewed cross-border invasion makes no sense. And I agree. It is very hard not to agree with the sentiment that Russia can just gather its forces with impunity. Russia can basically do whatever it wants. Russia can basically just, as you can see, Russia is handicapped. And it's not even just about the whole fact that there's also the fact that more and more people are hurt and die in these attacks. All these things buildings are being destroyed. Ukraine is being devastated by these attacks, and it all could have been prevented if Ukraine could intercept those glide bombs intercept the planes that are shooting them. It's all like, it's easy to sort of detach yourself and not realize that there is a heavy cost in human life when it comes to these sort of nonsensical, irrational policies like the US imposes on Ukraine. Not to mention that when it's combined with very slow arrival of new aid for Ukraine, it creates disastrous effects when it comes to the cities and the people. Because once again, I would remind that the question is not just whether or not Ukraine will win or lose. If Ukraine will win, the question then becomes at what cost and how fast. How fast should it be allowed to win, and at what cost should it be allowed to win? And in my opinion, if aid were to come sooner, if such ridiculous restrictions were to be lifted, then Ukraine would stand a chance at winning at a much lower cost than what it is forced to endure right now. And it's frustrating, of course. It's endlessly frustrating that this has to be the case. It is a source of endless frustration. There's a great piece because we've discussed the glide bombs, we've discussed how they're being used against Ukraine. So we might as well read another wonderful piece that explains what the glide bombs actually are. We can read about the glide bombs right here. Glide bombs help Russia gain land in Ukraine. What makes them so effective? One critical factor in Russia's recent battlefield success in Ukraine is its extensive use of glide bombs. Every week, hundreds of these large, deadly weapons rain down on Ukraine, creating 20-meter wide craters and obliterating military positions and entire settlements. Russia has heavily relied on glide bombs in its new offensive on Kharkiv Oblast, clearing the way for ground troops. Since May 10th, Russian forces have captured several villages near the border and entered the town of Vovchansk. Despite their simplicity and low cost, glide bombs have become one of Russia's most effective weapons during the full-scale war, previously contributing to the fall of the strategic city of Avdiivka in February, Russia's first major gain in 9 months. Experts warn that these bombs could pose an even greater threat to Ukraine, which currently has little defense against them, as Russia is expected to continue its mass deployment of glide bombs to support further offensive operations. This is basically how a glide bomb looks like. What is a glide bomb? A glide bomb is a standard air-dropped bomb modified to be launched from a distance rather than directly over the target. Glide bombs date back to World War II, with the German Fritz 10 bomb, or Fritz X bomb, being the first model. The US later developed and used several types of glide bombs in conflicts in Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Russia mainly uses Soviet-era Fab family bombs, upgraded with a unified gliding and correction module, which includes wings that flip out as the weapon is released by the aircraft and a satellite navigation system. Converting a dumb bomb and unguided one into a smart one costs just around $20,000, making it a much cheaper alternative to cruise and ballistic missiles that cost millions of dollars to produce. This is about the Ukraine war. This is about war in Ukraine. We will talk about Palestine later. Also, hello, Lucky Otter. You're white. You should stop being white. The range of these weapons greatly varies based on their weight, the altitude and speed of the releasing aircraft, but is generally considered not to extend 50-60 kilometers. According to Federico Borsari, Leonardo Fellow of the Transatlantic Defense and Security Program at the Center for European Policy Analysis. Oh, it's okay. Someone could, what's the term? Gift you some. This range allows Russian jets to stay out of reach of those Ukrainian air defense systems typically deployed near the front lines. Russian glide bombs can be extremely heavy. The most powerful glide bomb currently used against Ukraine weighs around 1.5 tons, 300 pounds, nicknamed the Building Destroyer by Russian military bloggers. Moscow has also announced the production of new glide bombs, such as the 3.4-ton Fab 3000 and the Drell, which contains cluster munitions. So glide bombs with cluster munitions are about to enter the fray, which, in my opinion, will change quite a lot of things because the range is just a lot bigger. The destruction capability of cluster munitions is just much bigger. Ukraine also has glide bombs supplied by Western allies, including the U.S. Joint Direct Attack Munition JDAM and ground-launched small diameter bombs GLSDB. Neither Ukraine nor Russia nor the U.S. has signed the whole thing that forbade the use of cluster bombs. Many countries have banned them, but the US, Russia, and Ukraine are not among them. These are more accurate and sophisticated than their Russian counterparts, but Ukraine's arsenal is much more limited. Again, the problem is insufficient Western aid. How does Russia use glide bombs in Ukraine? Russian forces began using glide bombs against Ukraine early last year to compensate for the lack of precision guided munitions. Given that they have these unguided bombs in huge quantities and can manufacture guidance modules relatively fast, it's an easy way for the Russians to ensure that their firepower doesn't run out. Fabian Hoffman, a doctoral research fellow at the University of Oslo who specializes in missile technology, told the Kyiv Independent. In recent months, Russian troops have ramped up their glide bomb attacks, reportedly firing over 100 across the front line daily. President Volodymyr Zelensky said that Russia had launched a total of 3,200 guided bombs at Ukraine in April alone. Glide bombs are most effective against static targets, including bridges, command posts, bunkers, and weapons depots, Borsari told the Kiev Independent. Albeit less accurate than missiles, these bombs are very destructive and are used by Russia to destroy Ukrainian fortifications, positions, and infrastructure in order to facilitate the advance of ground forces, mainly infantry assault teams, Storm Z units, and mechanized groups that typically suffer enormous casualties. Some Ukrainian military members say that the key reason for Russia's swift advances in Kharkiv Oblast is the lack of proper fortifications, for which Kiev has repeatedly been criticized before. Fortifications would need to be really strong to withstand Russian glide bomb attacks. Glide bombs are not going to destroy underground bunkers to penetrate several meters of reinforced concrete, but most of the Ukrainian fortifications you see along the front line are probably vulnerable to this type of attack, said Hoffman. How can Ukraine defend against Russian glide bombs? Glide bombs are nearly impossible to shoot down because they have heavy iron structures and they come in extremely fast and from high altitudes, unlike cruise missiles or drones, according to Hoffman. One method to intercept a glide bomb is to degrade its GPS signal using electronic warfare, making it miss the target. However, Ukraine's electronic warfare capabilities are also limited and far more modest than those of Russia. The best solution for Ukraine to counter Russian glide bombs would be to destroy the launching aircraft before they can release the weapon. This can be obtained with longer range air defenses such as Patriot and SAMPT to shoot down Russian aircraft or force them to fly too far for the use of gliding bombs, and with long-range missiles and attack drones to destroy the aircraft on the airfield. According to Borsari, Kiev has done both. Ukraine's military said it had downed 15 Russian military planes just in February, most likely with Patriot systems, but the string of successes ended in March after Russian forces allegedly managed to destroy 2 Patriot launchers in Donetsk Oblast. Since then, Ukraine has reportedly had to keep its highly limited arsenal of US-made systems away from the battlefield. Are you starting to see the problem? The aid is being given in such low quantities and in such delays that whatever Ukraine has, it has to preserve it because it does not have any more. And that Russia can take advantage of course. Kiev has recently increased its calls for more long-range air defense systems, with Zelensky saying that Ukraine needs 25 Patriot systems on their equivalents to protect the whole country. Germany pledged in April to provide Ukraine with 1 additional Patriot, and other allies are reportedly considering sending more air defense equipment. A drone view of a damaged apartment building following a Russian airstrike near Kharkiv, Ukraine on May 14, 2024. Around 4 p.m. on May 14, the Russian military hit Kharkiv with UMPB D-30 guided air bombs. Vlada Liberova, Lipko's Getty Images. Modern aircraft such as F-16 fighter jets could also help the Ukrainians deal with glide bombs. Some of the dozens of jets pledged by Western allies to Ukraine are expected to be operational in the summer. The presence of a sufficient number of F-16s in Ukrainian skies, so far inhabited only by Soviet-era aircraft, would create area where Russians do not dare penetrate into, said Hoffman. At the same time, To minimize the risk of being targeted, Ukrainian units need to maintain significant mobility, avoid large and prolonged gatherings, and improve the concealment of positions and units, added Borsari. So there we basically have it. We have the glide bombs, which have been a big part of Russian strategy. We have the so-called sanctuary zones from which Russia can just launch these glide bombs with impunity. We have Ukraine, which is forbidden from striking planes within Russian airspace. We have an insufficient amount of anti-air systems, which part of has been destroyed, so Ukraine has decided to preserve what it has left. We have aid that is being provided to Ukraine slowly and with big delays, and that leads to the situation in which we have found ourselves now. And of course, people are dying, their homes are being destroyed, Kharkiv is being continuously bombed. But that's okay, because eventually we'll get there, is the US policy. Eventually we'll get there. But the question is, at what cost? So that's it. We have successfully discussed these topics. So what do you think? How are we feeling? How are we feeling so far? I might need to quickly go to the toilet and then I'll just, you know, well, while it is a positive thing, it does not help Ukraine very much if Ukraine cannot counter those Soviet era retrofits. I'll be right back. Hello. I have no water. Excellent. Excellent timing to find out I have no water. I had to use bottled water to wash my hands. Amazing. I have no water in the tap. No, I wonder what's that all about. Excellent. Amazing. What an amazing development. So, donate. I have no water. Donate, please. Amazing. Water bills? I have no idea. They should be billed. They should be paid. Plus, well, I don't know. It's 1:25 a.m. Nope. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Let's see. Let's see what what the law says. Well, the fact is that I have no water, so there we go. I have to find out what the reason is. What a world we're living in, where I just find myself without water all of a sudden. This is amazing. This is just wonderful. Such wonderful news that I've been hit with randomly. Yeah, it's time to leave the country. It is time to leave the country. Oh, let me check something. Well, after this stream, I'm gonna go to sleep, so it's not a big problem. I'm gonna see in the morning what's up with the water. We'll see. In the meantime, you can consider donating to me. Donating to me and to my big ambitious plans which I have prepared. Also, I have to send out an email. I have to write it down. Send email to LGBTQ plus org about refugees. There you go. I've made plans on stream for real life offline engagement. Okay. Now we are on it. Eight people are watching. What a wonderful crowd. And we still have a few topics that I want to speak about. And that topic is East versus the West. Again the same topic. Russian sphere of influence versus the European Union, the wider Western world, the world of democracy, the world of the shared market, the world of human rights, quite frankly, if we are to believe the Sea Empire and the Land Empire distinction that Alexander Dugin sort of always employs. And he always says that he is against the ideology of human rights. Yes, he does call it that. Alexander Dugin does say human rights ideology. And so we have Georgia, which has found itself in a strange position because it has, for now at least, the status of a candidate to the European Union. But now, because it has now passed the very controversial foreign agent law, that status is under threat. That status is basically under, it's a big question mark. The entirety of the country has been protesting for a while now, brutal clashes with the police. And it seems that the Georgian government has chosen the path of bandwagoning with Russia, of going with that Russian influence. That seems to be the choice of Georgia. Or, well, by Georgia I mean the government, not its citizens. Not by a long shot. Georgia is now governed by Russia. How the dream of freedom unraveled, which is actually pretty ironic because the party that has enacted the law called the Foreign Agent Law, the party that has enacted this controversial bill is called the Dream Party. So there's a little bit of irony in the title of Georgia is now governed by Russia, how the dream of freedom unraveled. Foreign Agents Law, just one of many moves made back towards Moscow, while the West looked the other way. The army of riot police had finally retreated from Rustaveli Avenue, the broad thoroughfare in front of the Parliament building, back into the barricaded parliamentary estate. The last hour on the streets of the Georgian capital, Tbilisi, had been violent. Snatch squads had grabbed protesters as officers beating their shields with trachans surged toward to push the chanting crowds away from the graffiti scrawled imposing parliament building. It was Tuesday afternoon, and the MPs inside needed to get out after passing the hated Foreign Agents Law, which they did, but the police retreat under a light shower of plastic bottles and eggs was raucously cheered nonetheless. Then the crowd started to sing, "So praise be to freedom be praise." It was the Georgian national anthem, Tavi Supleba, or Freedom, as bittersweet reminder to some of the older protesters of a time of great promise and disappointment. It was the Georgian national anthem, Tavi Supleba, or Freedom. I've already read this. Tavi Supleba, composed by Zakaria Paliashvili, was adopted in May 2004, along with Georgia's new national flag and coat of arms. They were symbols of a new era after the non-violent Rose Revolution swept away the corrupt Soviet hangover administration of President Eduard Shevardnadze, a former Soviet Minister of Foreign Affairs. If then there was hope, now there is anger. The significance of the Foreign Agents Law may seem arcane to those outside of Georgia, but for those on the streets, it is an attempt to smear dissenting Western voices as traitors. Civil society organizations and media receiving more than 20% of the revenues from abroad will have to register as organizations serving the interests of a foreign power. The legislation is said to be part of an unraveling of all that has been achieved, albeit in fits and starts, since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Georgia has been protesting for 30 years, said Ekaterina Burkadze, 45, as protesters' horns sounded in the background and the rain fell. But in the beginning, they all seemed more or less acceptable. 2 decades ago, it had been Mikhail Saakashvili, a US-educated and media-friendly ally of the West, leading the revolution. He became president with 96% of the vote, but the support was genuine. In his first term, his anti-corruption zeal and determination to bring Georgia closer to NATO and the EU won him accolades at home and abroad and impressive economic growth. By the second term, however, international monitors and domestic NGOs were warning of the growth of a kleptocracy and creeping authoritarianism. Saakashvili's zeal and purpose, which had been so attractive, started to wear thin. The reforms were very top-down and they had to be fast, said Gia Nodia, who served as the Minister of Education and Science in Saakashvili's cabinet in 2008. The idea was we don't have too much time. There was a concentration of power, and of course Saakashvili is a power junkie, if you will, and there was really no opposition. Well-intended policies were executed in a manner that would store up long-term political problems. Saakashvili wanted to reform Georgia's universities, which were rotting and corrupt, said Nodia. Reactors were appointed by the Ministry of Education, academics forced to reapply for their jobs, and institutions merged, all in a 2-year frenzy. The university's autonomy was restored, but many intellectuals and opinion makers had been truly disillusioned. Russia's invasion of Georgia in 2008, after a confrontation between Tbilisi and Moscow over the breakaway region of South Ossetia, appeared on the face of it to replenish Saakashvili's political stock. When he announced a ceasefire after 5 days of conflict, he was cheered by those who a year earlier had taken to the streets calling for his resignation. But Russia continued to occupy 20% of Georgia. Saakashvili's apparent disregard for upsetting Moscow would come to be portrayed by the opposition Georgian Dream Party as reckless, which the Dream Party is the party that is in charge now and that has enacted the Foreign Agents Bill, just so you know. Then there was a major domestic scandal. Video footage emerged on the eve of the 2012 election, broadcast by the opposition supporting channel TV9, that appeared to show a half-naked prisoner weeping and begging for mercy as two guards kicked and slapped him before raping him with a broomstick. Saakashvili called the incident a horrific affront to human rights and dignity and vowed to bring the guilty to justice. The scandal spoke to a perception in Georgia that what had started as a zero-tolerance approach to crime had warped into something far more sinister. The mysterious billionaire and leader of Georgian Dream, Bidzina Ivanishvili, who had made his fortune in Russia in the 1990s, issued a statement condemning these acts of torture by the Georgian government. In the election, Ivanishvili's party swept to victory on a platform that promised to restore civil rights and reset relations with Moscow while pursuing EU membership. Saakashvili accepted the voters' decision in the first peaceful democratic transition of power in Georgian history. More ominously, the Kremlin welcomed the result. Few saw the creeping danger. David Katsarava, 46, is in hospital requiring surgery for fractured cheekbones after a brutal beating by riot police during the violent hour on Tuesday before the national anthem was sung. He is well known in Georgia for his work monitoring the line of occupation between Georgian-held territory and where Russian troops now sit. Katsarava supported Georgian Dream in 2012. We thought that with the changing of this government, we can come back again in the right direction, he said. This was a big mistake. Nowadays, we see that Georgia is governed by Russian government. The story of the past 12 years has been of Georgia talking up its prospective membership of the EU while pursuing incompatible policies and getting away with it, he said. Nodia, who today runs a think tank, said it was after 2018 when it had briefly appeared that Georgian Dream's preferred presidential candidate and eventual winner, Salom Zorabichvili, might lose, that the Georgian government turned. I think Ivanishvili believed that the West was behind it, Nodia said. Ultimately, he wants to stay in power. Anti-Western groups, some of the far right and not formally associated with the Georgian Dream, started targeting the government's critics in the streets or at protests. Saakashvili, who had left Georgia shortly after the election, was convinced in absentia in 2018 for abuse, office, and sentenced to 6 years in prison. He was arrested on his return 3 years ago and remains in detention. Georgi Kandelaki, who was an MP in Saakashvili's United National Movement party, said the reset in U.S.-Russian relations under then U.S. President Barack Obama provided the context for what has happened with the West willing to accept Georgian alignment with Moscow all the way up to the Ukraine war. Ivanishvili had been saying all these things for years, but no one wanted to listen, Kandelaki said. It was only when Russia invaded Ukraine that the Georgian government had to pick a side, declining to join the West in imposing sanctions. Even then, it was granted EU candidate status in December. Gabrielius Landsbergis, Lithuania's foreign minister, who was in Tbilisi this week, conceded that EU was culpable in managing the decline. I've been here before, Landsbergis said. We were saying the same things about electoral law, about the way judges are appointed, about so many things, and no steps were taken. It was escalating, and we didn't meet that escalation. Back among the protesters, Burkaza and her 21-year-old nephew, Pata Kaloyani, are facing many more days and nights on the streets. We protested at the Rose Revolution. We protested against Saakashvili. Now we are here, she said. We have to protect our republic and our peaceful future in the European Union. And of course, there's a bit more to this, because there's the response of the European Union itself. So basically what we are seeing, that he was an overeager leader of a country. He was deposed or voted out. In his stead, quite a pro-Russian party has entered into the seats of power, the Dream Party. It has been talking of joining the EU, but has been in reality doing everything not to join it. When the invasion of Ukraine started, it has refused to join the other countries in sanctions, and now has passed the foreign agent bill. So in other words, Georgia has bandwagoned with Russia. Russia has chosen to be within Russian sphere of influence. Georgia's foreign agents bill defies EU values, EU ambassador tells TVP World. To learn about the European Union's official stance on the contentious foreign agents bill passed by the Georgian parliament, TVP World's Don Arles spoke to Paweł Herczyński, the EU ambassador to Georgia. The ambassador stated that the EU had been very vocal in its rejection of the controversial legislation. We, the EU, TVP World, have been very swift in our reaction, both in private and in public, trying to explain that this bill is incompatible with EU norms and values, he said. He also emphasized that Georgia, as a candidate country for EU accession, should not have such a law. Herczyński mentioned that the EU has urged the Georgian government to withdraw the bill, adding that there is still a possibility for this to happen. It's worth noting that the country's president, Salom Zorabichvili, recently informed TVP World of her plans to veto the bill. However, her veto will likely be overturned by a vote in parliament because the Dream Party has a majority. Herczyński pointed out that the government had previously attempted to introduce the bill last year, but had to backpedal due to international pressure and widespread protests across the country. Under the bill, also referred to as the Russian law, NGOs that receive more than 20% of their funding from abroad would be required to register as organizations bearing the interests of foreign powers. They will also be subject to monitoring by the authorities and face fines equivalent up to $9,400 for violating the law. Many people both within and outside Georgia fear that the bill will be used by the government to suppress the opposition. They were voted for because of the overzealous previous leader who have been deemed dangerous and bad, and the Dream Party presented itself as a possibility, as an opportunity to change course for the better, and that sort of chance was taken, and it has proven to be a mistake. This has proven to be a mistake, simply speaking. Trusting the Dream Party. Oh, the next election is actually pretty soon. The next election is actually pretty soon. And the citizens are saying that the Dream Party has to be voted out. So there is talk of that as well. For now, there are protests, big protests, which I'm afraid have not done much. I was afraid this would happen. I was afraid that, well, we'll see. We'll see if democracy itself will not just degrade within Georgia with this first move with the foreign agents bill. I was afraid this would happen. I was afraid that the Georgian government would simply crack down on the protests and move forward with its bill. I was afraid that rather than how protests ended in Ukraine with Euromaidan, I was afraid that the protests in Georgia would rather end like the protests in Belarus after the fraudulent election of Mr. Lukashenko. But there's another country which of course also has to make a choice within West and Russian sphere of influence, and it seems like that particular country might be taking a different route. This country might be potentially choosing a different route from Georgia. Moldova to hold referendum on EU aspirations. Politicians in Moldova have voted to hold an October referendum on EU membership, one of the cornerstones of President Maya Sandu's manifesto. So as you can see, around the world, the war in Ukraine, there are countries that right now are making their choice whether or not they're to join the Western sort of bloc or to be under Russian sphere of influence. And we are seeing countries making that choice and taking steps to move towards their decisions. Politicians in Moldova have voted to hold an October referendum on EU membership, one of the cornerstones of President Maya Sandu's manifesto. Voting today in the parliament, 56 members out of 101 backed the proposal for an October 20th referendum. They also approved a motion to hold the presidential election on the same date. 24 members of pro-Russian opposition parties abstained from the vote, with one even attempting to block the rostrum. Sandu's pro-European drive has repeatedly irked the opposition, who have accused her of setting the referendum on the same day as the presidential election to improve her chances of holding onto power. The topic of EU integration has polarized opinions, with some in the former Soviet Republic hostile to closer ties with Europe. The EU means peace and stability, argued Lilian Karp of the PAS party, before noting that the opposition would have been happier had the vote concern strengthening ties to Moscow. For her part, Sandu has proven an outspoken critic of the Kremlin and said that Russia and corruption are the biggest threats to her country's sovereignty, which I am not going to argue about that considering Russia's history with its interactions with countries in this region. Should Moldovans vote in favor of EU membership, an addendum will be added to the constitution to declare EU accession as the country's strategic goal. A coalition consisting of socialists, communists, the Chance Party, and a host of smaller parties announced last month in Moscow their intention to create an electoral bloc to contest the ballot. Chance is linked to the fugitive business Ilan Sor, who has been accused of vanishing with $1 billion from Moldovan banks. So you can see that in the countries, while war wages in Ukraine itself, war also wages within countries that have to make a choice, that have to choose their path, whether or not to find themselves again in the sphere of influence of Russia, and of course, whether or not to join the European Union and the broader Western Bloc, because with the European Union also comes the aspiration of joining NATO. Because that is what it's all about at the end of the day. Russia wanting to maintain its influence and power, empire, and countries not wanting that anymore. Countries wanting to choose their own path, their own sovereignty, democracy. And right now we have countries making those choices, choosing their alliances during this biggest war since World War II, raging in Ukraine. So this is also an important thing to talk about, this referendum, and how the opposition is trying to obstruct it. Georgia, Moldova, two very important countries within the context of the current happenings in the region, in my humble opinion, which we will have to be continuously monitoring. Yes, that's right. That's right. Yes, that's right. So, what is this? Breaking news? Oh yeah, I've heard about this. That's right. The St. Petersburg's Military Academy. Let's read and talk about it a bit. Because there's a lot of talks about, I don't know, Russian espionage, sabotage, and other things. And I guess nothing can be ruled out, but also nothing can be 100% said to be the case one way or the other. Explosion reported at St. Petersburg Military Academy. Russian media are reporting an explosion at the Military Academy of Communication in St. Petersburg, with some sources claiming up to 7 people have been injured. So there are two sort of theories floated around. One, that the academy has been attacked by a drone, and the other that a storage of ammunition has exploded. One eyewitness told Groza, "There was a loud explosion, people started screaming, students were running, there was confusion. Firefighters, police, and ambulances are arriving." According to Baza, 7 people have been injured, with 2 in serious condition. Whilst no official statement has been made, the blast has been widely reported on Telegram and various Russian portals. Channel 78 said that they had been told the old ammunition stored in the building's basement had exploded. The cause of the explosion has yet to be clarified, though. According to some reports, the building might have been hit by a drone. See, the article here itself says that the building might have been hit by a drone. So that's a legitimately considered theory, the drone theory. So we've read that. That probably won't make it to be a segment. So, but yeah. Also, if you like your favorite streamer, then please consider donating. Consider supporting Lucy Haze, considering that my plans are constantly in flux and I might have to adjust for additional costs of operation to provide you with the things that you like to see. And from what I'm seeing, the things that you most like to see are my in real life efforts, which is nice to know. But in real life efforts, in real life efforts sort of need in real life money. You know? In real life activity needs in real life money. Oh yeah, that's right. The FOPA World, they also have a YouTube. I actually didn't know that the FOPA had a world thing, but I learned about it from foreigners, ironically enough. So yeah. There might be, we've been streaming for how long today? 3 hours, 44 minutes. So we can do a few more things yet. And then we will do some book reading. We can do one more story. A story which I am super passionate about. Espionage. Aren't you interested in espionage? Tell me you're interested in espionage, Because there's been a big story. I'm not sure if this story has been talked about by any other streamer that talks about this region of the world, that talks about Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, etc. But a certain judge by the name of Schmid has defected, has left, probably with very vital information, probably has been spying for Belarus for a while, has left, abandoned his post as a judge, in fact has thrown the title away, went on to feature on Belarusian media and then on Russian media, asking Lukashenko for a status of a political refugee, an asylum status. He said that he was persecuted in Poland for his brave political views, that Russia did nothing wrong basically, and that Poland should normalize relations with Belarus and Russia. So he has been persecuted because of these brave views, when in reality he has seen that investigation regarding a scandal which had to do with the previous Law and Justice government started to pick up pace, so he was afraid that he'd be sort of implicated in the so-called hate scandal, which was about non-loyal judges to the Law and Justice Party being harassed, in which this particular judge apparently partook in. Investigation in this matter started picking up pace, so he decided that it's time to leave the country and portray himself as the brave warrior of truth that simply wants to demonstrate that Belarus and Russia are pretty cool actually, and it's Poland that is being brainwashed by the West to believe that Russia is in the wrong in the conflict. I've given you a TLDR to the whole judge thing. Okay, I've given you a nice little TLDR when it comes to the judge situation. And now the judge has decided that the status of a political refugee is actually not enough. Now this judge has decided that he wants to be a citizen of Belarus. He has applied for citizenship. What do you know? A new development for this wonderful, wonderful judge. Disgraced fugitive judge, because now he is a fugitive, because now a warrant for his arrest has been issued, because the Polish government has sort of figured that, hey, this guy might have actually been a spy. Go figure. Wanted for spying, says he's seeking Belarusian citizenship. That's him. A fugitive ex-judge who is wanted for spying after fleeing to Belarus has said he intends to apply for citizenship of the country, the TASS news agency has reported. Paul Tomasz Schmid triggered outrage after he appeared in the Belarus capital at the beginning of May, pleading for protection from Polish authorities who he said were persecuting him. Both after Poland issued an arrest warrant for him on charges of espionage earlier this week, on Friday, TASS released a statement in which the disgraced former judge said he wanted to hold dual citizenship, saying, "If there is a legal possibility, I want to be both a citizen of Poland and Belarus." He also mentioned this. He also mentioned his plans to apply for asylum soon, saying he has already been in consultations with Belarusian lawyers. Belarusian state news agency Belta published photos of Schmidt mailing a package which he said contained statements to the Polish Ministry of Justice, the Prosecutor General, and the Human Rights Commissioner, accusing the Polish government of violating Polish law and the Constitution. I wanted to hand the statements to the consul. Belta quoted him as saying, however, Schmidt claimed that the consul could not accept these documents and could not talk to me. Polish Foreign Ministry spokesperson Paweł Wroński reported that Schmidt, accompanied by Belarusian journalists and security personnel, tried to provoke a Polish diplomatic representative in front of the embassy in Minsk. The representative did not respond to the provocation. As a judge of the Second Department of the Provincial Administrative Court in Warsaw, officially on leave from April 22nd to May 10th, Schmidt appeared at a propaganda press conference in Minsk on May 6th. He subsequently began appearing in Belarusian and Russian state media, echoing their propaganda and presenting himself as a victim of repression for his views, which are, again, Russia did nothing wrong, Russia is in the right in the war and of aggression that it started, Poland should just stop being brainwashed by the West and should normalize relations with Russia and Belarus both. Those are basically the views, alleged views. In Poland, a warrant for his arrest on espionage charges has been issued by the district prosecutor's office. The disciplinary court at the Supreme Administrative Court also revoked his judicial immunity, accepted his resignation, and the Warsaw District Court approved his temporary detention for 3 months, initiating a search for him. So as you can see, we keep getting new developments when it comes to our favorite now ex-judge, and I will be very interested to see how this develops, if he will get his citizenship. And we will also see if we will see more defectors from Poland to Belarus, more spies that will go to Belarus and say what an oppressive regime Poland is, and then they need an asylum and then a citizenship. We'll see. We'll see what happens. The sky's the limit. Everything is still, Do I have anything else for today? When it comes to news, I do, I think. Oh. Should we talk about this? Yeah, let's do the reading. Let's just do the book reading for now. I'm gonna read some pages of the book, and then we're gonna go to bed. We're not reading the essentials of international relations. That's not what we're here for today. Today we're here for the book, which we're gonna read. There was no escaping the fact that Zionism initially had clung tightly to the British Empire for support and had only successfully implanted itself in Palestine thanks to the unceasing efforts of British imperialism. It could not be otherwise, for as Yablonitsky stressed, only the British had the means to wage the colonial war that was necessary to suppress Palestinian resistance to the takeover of their country. This war has continued since then, waged sometimes overtly and sometimes covertly, but invariably with the tacit or overt approval and often the direct involvement of the leading powers of the day and the sanction of the international bodies. They dominated the League of Nations and the United Nations. Today, the conflict was and today the conflict that was engendered by this classic 19th century European colonial venture is a non-European land supported from 1917 onward by the greatest Western imperial power of its age, is rarely described in such unvarnished terms. Indeed, those who analyze not only Israeli settlement efforts in Jerusalem, the West Bank, and the occupied Syrian Golan Heights by the entire Zionist enterprise from the perspective of its colonial settler origins and nature are often vilified. Many cannot accept the contradiction inherent in the idea that although Zionism undoubtedly succeeded in creating a thriving national identity in Israel, its roots are as a colonial settler project, as are those of other modern countries in the United States, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Nor can they accept that it would not have succeeded but for the support of the great imperial powers, Britain and later the United States. Zionism, therefore, could be and was both a national and a colonial settler movement at one and the same time. Rather than write a comprehensive survey of Palestinian history, I have chosen to focus on 6 turning points in the struggle over Palestine. These 6 events from the 1917 issuance of the Balfour Declaration, which decided the fate of Palestine, to Israel's siege of the Gaza Strip and its intermittent wars on Gaza's population in the early 2000s, highlight the colonial nature of the 100 Years' War on Palestine and also the indispensable role of external powers in waging it. I have told this story partly through the experiences of Palestinians who lived through the war, many of them members of my family who were present at some of the episodes described. I have included my own recollections of events that I witnessed, as well as materials belonging to my own and other families, and a variety of first-person narratives. My purpose throughout has been to show that this conflict must be seen quite differently from most of the prevailing views of it. I have written several books and numerous articles on different aspects of Palestinian history in a purely academic vein. The underpinning of this book, too, is research-based and academic, but it also has a first-person dimension that is usually excluded from scholarly history. Although members of my family have been involved in events in Palestine for years, as have I as a witness or a participant, our experiences are not unique. In spite of the advantages we enjoyed because of our class and status, one could draw on many such accounts, although much history from below and from other sectors of Palestinian society remains to be related. Nevertheless, in spite of the tensions inherent in this chosen approach, I believe it helps illuminate a perspective that is missing from the way in which the story of Palestine has been told in most of the literature. I should add that this book does not correspond to a lachrymose conception of the past 100 years of Palestinian history. To reprise the great historian Salo Baron's brilliant critique of a 19th century trend in Jewish historical writing, Palestinians have been accused by those who sympathize with their oppressors of wallowing in their own victimization. It is a fact, however, that like all indigenous peoples confronting colonial wars, the Palestinians faced odds that were daunting and sometimes impossible. It is also true that they have suffered repeated defeats and have often been divided and badly led. None of this means that Palestinians could not sometimes defy those odds successfully, or that at other times they could not have made better choices. But we cannot overlook the formidable international and impersonal forces arrayed against them, the scale of which has often been dismissed, and in spite of which they have displayed remarkable resilience. It is my hope that this book will reflect this resilience and help recover some of what has thus been airbrushed out of the history by those who control all of historic Palestine and the narrative surrounding it. So we're going through this book. I always hear this is like the most important book to read up on. Well, we're reading upon it now. We'll be finishing it on stream. Lebanon, Syria, Haifa, Yenin, Nablus, Jerusalem, Hebron, Gaza, Dead Sea, Egypt. The first declaration of war, 1917-1939. There are plenty of cases of war being begun before it is declared. Arthur James Balfour. I mean, World War II started before it was declared. Germany attacked Poland without bothering to declare war against it. Just saying. Just going to point out that Nazi Germany has never declared, well, at least it attacked without declaring war. At the turn of the 20th century, before Zionist colonialization, okay, let's take this from the top. At the turn of the 20th century, before Zionist colonization had much appreciable effect on Palestine, new ideas were spreading. Modern education and literacy had begun to expand, and the integration of the country's economy into the global capitalist order was proceeding apace. Prosecution for export of crops like wheat and citrus fruit, capital investment in agriculture, and the introduction of cash crops and wage labor, notable in the rapid spread of orange groves, were changing the face of large sections of the countryside. This evolution went hand in hand with the accumulation of private land ownership by fewer people. Large tracts were coming under the control of absentee landlords, many of whom lived in Beirut or Damascus at the expense of peasant smallholders. Sanitation, health, and rates of live births were all slowly improving. Death rates were in decline. The population was in consequence increasing more quickly. The telegraph, the steamship, the railway, gaslight, electricity, and modern roads were gradually transforming cities, towns, and even some rural villages. At the same time, travel within the region and beyond was faster, cheaper, safer, and more convenient. In the 1860s, Yusuf Dia al-Khalidi had to go all the way to Malta and Istanbul to acquire an education along Western lines. By 1914, such an education could be had in a variety of state private and missionary schools and colleges in Palestine, Beirut, Cairo, and Damascus. Modern pedagogy was often introduced by foreign missionary schools, Catholic, Protestant, and Orthodox, as well as by the Jewish schools of the Alliance Israelite Universelle, partly out of fear that foreign missionaries in league with their great power patrons would come to dominate the instruction of the younger generation. The Ottoman authorities established a growing network of state schools which eventually served more students in Palestine than did foreign schools. Although universal access to education and widespread literacy were still far in the future, the changes leading up to World War I offered new horizons and novel ideas to more and more people. The Arab population benefited from these developments. Socially, Palestine was still heavily rural, with a predominantly patriarchal, hierarchical nature, as it largely remained until 1948. It was dominated by narrow urban elites drawn from a few families like my own, who clung to their positions and privileges even as they adapted to new conditions, with younger family members acquiring modern educations and learning foreign languages to maintain their standing and their advantages. These elites controlled the politics of Palestine, although the growth of new professions, trades, and classes meant that in the 1900s there were more avenues of advancement and upward mobility. In the rapidly growing coastal cities of Jaffa and Haifa, in particular, change was more visible than in the more conservative inland towns such as Jerusalem, Nablus, and Hebron, as the former witnessed the appearance of nascent commercial bourgeoisie and an embryonic urban working class. At the same time, the sense of identity of large parts of the population was also evolving and shifting. My grandfather's generation would have identified and would have been identified in terms of family religious affiliation and city or village of origin. They would have cherished their descent from revered ancestors and would have been proud speakers of Arabic, the language of the Quran, and heirs to Arab culture. They might have felt loyalty to the Ottoman dynasty and state, an allegiance rooted in custom, as well as a sense of the Ottoman state as a bulwark defending the lands of the earliest and greatest Muslim empires, lands coveted by Christendom since the Crusades, lands in which the holy cities of Mecca, Medina, and Jerusalem were located. That loyalty had begun to weaken in the 19th century, however, as the religious foundation of the state was diminished, as Ottoman military defeats and territorial losses mounted, and as the ideas of nationalism evolved and spread. Greater mobility and access to education accelerated these shifts, and burgeoning press and availability of printed books also played an important role. 32 new newspapers and periodicals were established in Palestine between 1908 and 1914, with even more in the 1920s and 1930s. Different forms of identification, such as nationhood and novel ideas about social organization, including working class, solidarity, and the role of women in society, were emerging to challenge previously fixed affiliations. Those modes of belonging, whether to a national or class or professional group, were still in formation and involved overlapping ties of loyalty. Yusuf Diaz's 1899 letter to Herzl, for example, evokes religious affiliation, Ottoman loyalty, local pride in Jerusalem, and a clear sense of identification with Palestine. In this first decade of the 20th century, a large proportion of the Jews living in Palestine were still culturally quite similar to and lived responsibly. I'm sorry. In the first decade of the 20th century, a large proportion of the Jews living in Palestine were still culturally quite similar to and lived reasonably comfortably alongside city-dwelling Muslims and Christians. They were mostly ultra-Orthodox and non-Zionist Mizrahi, Eastern, or Sephardic, descendants of Jews expelled from Spain, urbanites of Middle Eastern or Mediterranean origin who often spoke Arabic and Turkish, even if only as a second or third language. In spite of marked religious distinctions between them and their neighbors, they were not foreigners, nor were they Europeans or settlers. They saw themselves and were seen as Jews who were part of the indigenous Muslim majority society. Moreover, some young European Ashkenazi Jews who settled in Palestine at this time, including such ardent Zionists as David ben Gurion and Yitzhak ben Zvi, one became prime minister and the other the president of Israel, initially sought a measure of integration into the local society. Ben Gurion and Ben Zvi even took Ottoman nationality, studied in Istanbul, and learned Arabic and Turkish. The much more rapid pace of transformation in the advanced countries of Western Europe and North America compared to the rest of the world during the modern industrial era led many outside observers, including some eminent scholars, to mistakenly claim that Middle Eastern societies, including Palestine, were stagnant and unchanging, or even in decline. We now know from many indices that this was by no means the case. A growing body of solidly grounded historical work based on Ottoman, Palestinian, Israeli, and Western sources completely refutes these false notions. However, recent scholarship on Palestine in the years before 1948 goes much further than just dealing with the misconceptions and distortions at the heart of such thinking. Whatever it may have looked like to uninformed outsiders, it is clear that by the first part of the 20th century, there existed in Palestine under Ottoman rule a vibrant Arab society undergoing a series of rapid and accelerating transitions, much like several other Middle Eastern societies around it. Major external shocks have powerful effects on societies, especially on their sense of self. The Ottoman Empire grew increasingly fragile in the early 20th century with major territorial losses in the Balkans, Libya, and elsewhere, a long series of wrenching wars and upheavals stretching for nearly a decade, starting with the Libyan War in 1911-12, followed by the Balkan Wars of 1912-13, and then the extraordinary dislocations of World War I, which led to the empire's disappearance. The 4 years of that war brought severe shortages, penury, starvation, disease, the requisitioning of draft animals, and the conscription of most working age men who were sent to the front. Greater Syria, which included Palestine and present-day Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, is estimated to have suffered 500,000 deaths between 1915 and 1918 due to famine alone, which was exacerbated by a plague of locusts. Hunger and general hardship were only one cause of the dire state of the population, focused as most observers were on the appalling casualties on the Western Front. Few realized that the Ottoman Empire overall was dealt the heaviest wartime losses of any major combatant power, with over 3 million dead, 15% of the population. Most of these casualties were civilians, the largest single group being the victims of massacres at the behest of the Ottoman Empire authorities in 1915 and 1916. Armenians, Armenians, Assyrians, and other Christians. Additionally, of the 2.8 million Ottoman soldiers originally mobilized, as many as 750,000 may have died during the war. Arab casualties were correspondingly high, since the army units recruited in Iraq and Greater Syria were heavily represented on bloody battlegrounds such as the Ottoman Eastern Front against Russia, as well as in Gallipoli, Sinai, Palestine, and Iraq. The demographer Justin McCarthy estimated that after growing by about 1% annually until 1914, Palestine's population declined by 6% during the war. The turmoil of the period did not spare even well-off families such as my own. When my father Ismail was born in 1915, 4 of his adult brothers, Numan, Hassan, Hussein, and Ahmad, had been conscripted for service in the Ottoman army. 2 of them sustained wounds in the fighting, but all were fortunate to survive. My aunt Anbara Salam al-Khalidi remembered harrowing images of starvation and deprivation in the streets of Beirut, where she lived as a young woman. Hussein al-Khalidi, my uncle, who served as a medical officer during the war, recalled similar heartbreaking scenes in Jerusalem, where he saw the bodies of dozens of people who had starved to death lying in the streets. The wartime exactions of the Ottoman authorities included the hanging on charges of treason of my aunt's fiancé, Abd al-Ghani al-Uraisi, alongside many other Arab nationalist patriots. Hussein and Hassan al-Khalidi, conscripts in the Ottoman army. In 1917, my grandfather, Haj Ragib al-Khalidi, and my grandmother, Amina, known to all as Hassan, together with the other residents of the Jaffa area, received an evacuation order from the Ottoman authorities. To escape the encroaching dangers of war, they left their home at Tal al-Rish near Jaffa. My grandfather's work as a judge had brought them there from Jerusalem many years earlier. With their 4 youngest children, my father among them, for several months the family sought refuge in the hill village of Deir Ghassaneh, east of Jaffa, with members of the Barghouti clan with whom they had long-standing connections. The village was far enough from the sea to be out of the range of Allied naval guns and away from the heavy fighting along the coast of the British armies under General Sir Edmund Allenby advanced northward. From the spring of 1917 through the late fall, the southern parts of the country were the scene of a grinding series of battles between British and Ottoman forces, the latter backed by German and Austrian troops. The fighting involved trench warfare in air raids and intensive land and naval artillery bombardments. British and Imperial units launched a number of major offensives which slowly pushed back the Ottoman defenders. The fighting spread to the north of Palestine in the winter. Jerusalem in the center was captured by the British in December 1917 and continued into early 1918. In many regions, the direct impact of the war caused intense suffering. One of the worst hit regions comprised Gaza City and the nearby towns and villages, where large areas were pulverized by heavy British shelling during prolonged trench warfare and then the slow Allied advance up the Mediterranean coastline. Soon after Jaffa fell to the British in November 1917, my grandfather's family returned to their Tal al-Rish home. Another aunt, Fatima al-Khalidi Salam, then 8-year-old, recalled her father addressing the British troops. "Welcome, welcome," he said in his undoubtedly imperfect English. Hassan, who heard this as "Ya welcome, woe to you" in Arabic, feared that he had endangered the family by taunting the alien soldiers. Whether Hajj Garib al-Khalidi welcomed or lamented the arrival of the British, 2 of his sons were still fighting on the other side, and 2 were being held as prisoners of war, which placed the family in a perilous position. 2 uncles remained with the Ottoman army, which resisted the British in northern Palestine and Syria until late 1918. They were among the thousands of men still absent from their homes at war's end. Some had emigrated to the Americas to escape conscription, while many, the writer Aref Shehadeh, later known as Arif al-Arif, among them were being held in Allied prisoner of war camps. Others were in the hills dodging the draft, like Najib Nassar, editor of the outspokenly anti-Zionist Haifa newspaper Al-Karmil. Meanwhile, there were Arab soldiers who had contested the Ottoman army and crossed the lines, or who were serving in the forces of the Arab revolt led by Sharif Hussain and allied with Britain. Still others, such as Isa al-Isa, the editor of Philistine, who had been exiled by the Ottoman authorities for his fierce independence with its strong echoes of Arab nationalism, were forced from the relatively cosmopolitan confines of Jaffa to various small towns in the heart of rural Anatolia. All of these profound material shocks heightened the impact of the wrenching post-war political changes, which obliged people to rethink long-standing senses of identity. By the end of the fighting, people in Palestine and in much of the Arab world found themselves under occupation by European armies. After 400 years, they were confronted by the disconcerting prospect of alien rule and the swift disappearance of Ottoman control, which had been the only system of government known for over 20 generations. It was in the midst of this great trauma, as one era ended and another began, against a grim background of suffering, loss, and deprivation, that Palestinians learned in a fragmentary fashion of the Balfour Declaration. So what do we think so far? What is our opinion on the book thus far? We're gonna read some more and then I'm gonna go to bed. What is probably normal for families to be fragmented like that in Palestine, so looking people have their family members being Hamas. Huh. The momentous statement made just over a century ago on behalf of Britain's cabinet on November 2nd, 1917, by the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Arthur James Balfour, what has come to be known as the Balfour Declaration, comprised a single sentence. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. If before World War I, many prescient Palestinians had begun to regard the Zionist movement as a threat, the Balfour Declaration introduced a new and fearsome element in the soft, deceptive language of diplomacy, with its ambiguous phrase approving the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. The declaration effectively pledged Britain's support for Theodor Herzl's aims of Jewish statehood, sovereignty, and control of immigration in the whole of Palestine. Significantly, the overwhelming Arab majority of the population, around 94% at the time, went unmentioned by Balfour except in a backhanded way as the existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. They were described in terms of what they were not, and certainly not as a nation or a people. The words Palestinian and Arab do not appear in the 67 words of the declaration. This overwhelming majority of the population was promised only civil and religious rights, not political or national rights. By way of contrast, Balfour ascribed national rights to what he called the Jewish people, who in 1917 were a tiny minority, 6% of the country's inhabitants. Okay, now I have to check. How long have I been muted? Jesus, how long have I been muted? Have I been reading to a muted mic? I'm worried now. Been muted. For 1917 wars and so they were confronted by the this in any other country. If before World War One is for except in a backhanded way, tribe inter people, the War 67 war was what he called 6% of the country's inhabitants. Oh no. I only muted to take a sip. Okay, good. I didn't mess it up. I didn't do the classic Lucy thing. Good. No, I actually didn't miss anything. I read nothing mute. I only muted to take a drink. My throat is starting to give up, so maybe I'll go soon. Ooh. How are you today? How are you? It's almost 3 a.m. So, you know. Go to bed? How are you feeling? Bedtime for Lucy, maybe. But if you wish to support your favorite streamer before she goes to bed, then join the page and maybe throw me $1 or $2. Throw me a pity parade since it seems like I have no water. Just a bit of a reminder. It seems like I have no water. Well, so I guess good night, sleep tight. If you wanna do a last second dono, I won't be mad, and I'll see you next time, hopefully. Because I might make some moves within the next few days. Moves, literal moves. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'll see you again, okay? Good night.